Good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? That's the first thing. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null. I can tell if the microphone's working. Hello, hello, hello. Snap, snap, snap. Last time I was on, the sound quit working. And it's been a little interesting. I greet you all with the love and honor of the infinite creator. Is this thing working? Duggar's okay, good. Sounds working because it quit working in the last video. So, and all right, I continue. He's in a tizzy tonight for some reason. Don't know if there's something outside or whatever. Duggar, my friends, calm down. Goodness gracious. Isby, Deborah, Ed, good. Johan, hi, how are you all? And Delaney Pearl, thank you. I greet you all with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I do continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Hey, Elderberry. So anyway, I've had quite a few little, I don't know, downloads here lately. And, you know, a lot of people talk about a lot of different stuff. And looking across the board at different, nationalities, not just nationalities, but you're good, dog. Oh, I was supposed to hit the 20 mark too, so we're only 4 minutes by. But anyway, Duggar, he don't like being on camera. But anyway, so I'm going to do a 424 instead. I've been late all my life, so hey, Robert, how are you? Hope you're well up here in your area. I was trying to get in to listen to your show earlier, and I'm between, Duggar in and out and me doing stuff, and then I dadgum just forgot. He's sitting over yonder. There ain't much light on him. Duggar. Hey. Everybody wants I dropped. Everybody wants to say hi to Duggar. Come here, Doug. Say hello. Say hello, everybody. Doug. Give him a front shot. He always turns his head, but anyway. I get these thoughts on subjects, and in the title of this is, do you have a mission in life? He is a handsome dog. He really is. But do we have a mission in life? And one of the first things out of this conversation was, let me say this right from the beginning. I don't think all of us are supposed to have a, quote, special mission in life. It may turn out to be so, but I think it's always up to us. I think some people's missions are to just be here and do, like my granny. Now, whether she knew it or not, her mission was to help her adopted grandson out, namely me, and help me through life, which she did, and she still does. So, but if that was her mission, and to take care of all the other neighbor kids in the neighborhood and everything, to look out for, hey, Teresa, Michelle, or whether or not, she actually had a sure enough, this is my mission kind of thing. Hey, Isby, if I didn't say hi. And I meant to call you back, but my phone went dead. And anyway, and then I forgot. Hey, son. So I want to make sure that everybody knows right out from the get-go, this isn't about whether or not you should have a mission, okay? This ain't that kind of video. It is a video that maybe you have a hidden mission that you may not have known about. Which many of us have like, well, I know when I get older, I'm supposed to do something. This because I've learned about my mission, but I knew about it for a long time. Other people, not so much. So maybe someone's mission in life is to be a good doctor or a nurse or a lawyer or whatever it is, or a good landscaper. Listen, or to just be a good person, you know? What do you do in your life? What did you achieve? I don't know, but I was always kind to everybody. I always treated everyone with respect and honor. But what did you achieve out of life? But what do you mean? What did you achieve? Well, I mean, what else did you get out of it? Well, what I got out of it during that, whether it was a mission or not, was that I got to meet all these people and I got to interact with all these people. And some of these people were genuinely really nice people. And so in this realm of stuff, there is that, well then, okay, so where was that actually a mission? Well, I don't know. I just was, nice to everybody as much as I could be and ignored the idiots and the buttholes and kind of went on about my life and did the best I could. That's the answer. I did the best I could. Now, if that's an honest answer, now I can't, I have a hard time answering that question myself as to whether or not, I did the best I could. I look back over situations that I can't fix, have apologized for as many as I could. But then there are just some mistakes you make that you just got to live with the consequences. That's just all there is to it. Any regrets or anything like that, you need to not throw it away, but file it away. Just say, yeah, it's over with. I did this thing, but and I intend never to repeat that again. So that makes you the better person to never repeat something again, or staying out of the. I gotta get. I have to burn my hand 3 or 4 times in a row here to understand that fire is hot. But in the understanding of spiritualness, there are a lot of people, many more than I would, in a way, rather would like to consider, is that there are people, both men and women. Now, this is not just to the female side, but, it has come out that with certain folks that they have understood their divine feminine or masculine. But in that, there is no one else. There's not really a God. There's no this, there's no that, and like, okay, but I'm a goddess. I'm a god in and of myself. That is true up to a point, in our present condition, we don't, we can not mind control, but mind speak with each other. And we've learned how to, the power of prayer and the power of being together and thinking, the league of like-minded beings. Soul tribe, that is all important. And it's very interesting and powerful. God, I hate using that word, but it is a powerful lesson for all of us, So, but anyway, with that said, though, I haven't spoke to each of you personally, and that's okay. It's not that we have to. But in that, and other people, now this just isn't people that are in my chat or that I've talked to on the phone. Fear is for sure. I want a future where I had, and I'm watching it tear away the bad guys. Hey, Chloe. Love is very powerful. Absolutely. And not just love, but the power of positive thought, which includes love, but it's that power of positive thought. But anyway, but in this, now many of you may be, raise your hand, and you don't have to. You don't have to raise your hand, but I'm saying this hypothetically. So folks out there will raise their hand and go, I know that I'm not quite sure what it is, but I've got some kind of spiritual mission here. I help out, and but I understand that there is a little bit more than me going fishing on the weekends or something, or hanging out at the beauty parlor, which I don't know if they still do that anymore because of all. But anyway, but to the point though, whatever it might be, and I talked about my grandma Null, and she was a witchy old woman. She's tried to get me kicked out of the family kind of thing, and then cursed her her children for keeping me in the family. But anyway, in her later life, she became a wino and card playing, hanging out with the girls at whatever the local old folks thingy was, where she lived in a house for a long time, but to the point though, she got a ride with one of the girls and down to the wherever down to the club. And that's how she lived her life out. It wasn't about trying to connect with her grandchildren. It was very selfish of her in that respect. Where my grandson shows up once in a while here in the chat. He recently found the channel through Facebook. And thank you those who reposted. Hey, Christy, how are you? So regardless of whether or not we even have a mission, okay, let's just start right there. You may just be a human being that's here to do the best you can. And I want to applaud you for that. Honestly, I do, because that is a very true thing. And if you stay true to yourself, to thine own self, be true. And be honestly true, not like, being a faker over here. Not that we don't have to put on sometimes we have to put on an act or a face around certain people so that we can get by. There are times we have to act. When I'm around a policeman, I have to act, but I'm going to be genuine and honest, and so, but at the same point, I know there is an act I'm going to present when I'm around a cop. Okay, that's just one example. So but at the same time, though, in whatever else it is, and it's up to us to accept our mission or not, whether you have one or not, or whether you choose to have a mission as you go through life. You go, well, I've hung out with these people, and they're really good, and I'm just going to use me as good to see you, Christy. Witch Moon, love. Yep, same to you, Witch Moon. Did you just say RoboCop? Did I just say RoboCop? I don't think so. But anyway, if I was to say, okay, in my older age, I never, played Pinochle. Okay, I still don't know how to play the game. But if somebody said, "Come on, we're gonna have a Pinochle game. We're gonna get together once a week." And like what we used to do when we played cards before, we'd all get together and have a cigar. And I haven't drank anything in a long time, but it was the time to have a beer with one absolute rule: to not get drunk. It was to have a beer, smoke a cigar, not necessarily at the same time, and to play cards with some friends of yours and just have fun, right? That was it. And if it ever got too much or whatever, and there were a couple of times these guys would bet against each other, and we'd have to step in and go, okay, y'all you're out of the game. Both of you are out of the game because you're taking this too serious. Go go get another deck, go home, but you ain't playing in this game. But so say I was to, adapt that in later life where I never really went to card games, that I did, okay? Or horseback riding, or, Olympic swimming pools, or high diving, or, I didn't start out in life that's what I had ever thought about doing. But during my life and my experience, I've developed Maybe I'll go to Mexico and do the high dive off of one of those cliffs into the ocean. I'm not going to do that. But, you know, I might try going down a river with some rapids or something, in the kayak. But to the point though, in that whether we have ever established that we as a personage on this planet have a mission. Well, if I let him out, he'll be up the hill. Duggar, it's okay, brother. You learned how to drive like a grandpa? Duggar, calm down. You scared him off. Sometimes there is noise up on the road and it travels down the hill like it sounds like they're right out in the yard and they're 100 yards away. So, but anyway, but so in understanding about whether or not we have a mission, that's one thing. And, for those, so if there's anyone that's just hanging about, not in the chat or whatever, you don't have to have a mission in life. Let me just say that right out. But your simple mission may be to get through this life as best you can. Why am I here? To get through this life, to experience it, to whatever you do to bring joy to others, to experience stuff, because the better you do it in this life, then you'll be able to take that experience with your spirit and your soul and move on to the next whatever. I don't believe in the next whatever. Okay. Well, I don't believe that there is a source. I don't believe in the great spirit or the creator. Okay. What do you believe in? I believe I'm a god or a goddess. Okay. And Mother Earth is just a planet. Okay. And nature doesn't really have anything to do with anything. Okay. And I don't think now these are people that I have heard, okay? Not necessarily the same person, but I'm sort of pagan. Well, are you? Well, if you're pagan, sort of, then you would believe, in the value of natural law, just in the nature of things, right? Well, I don't believe there's any spiritual stuff or anything in there. Then you're not really a pagan then, because that's sort of like a core belief that you understand, it's not about sacrifice. It's like Native American traditions. Pagans are, the basic pagan traditions are very similar in ways to native peoples, not the same because they came from different origins and things, but similar. Okay. It's other people who brought up stories about how, the pagans were this and the druids were that. And it's like everybody, if you're as long as you're Christian, everybody else gets a bad name. Just saying. So, but anyway, so in this, if you just believe that nature is a wonderful thing, then you kind of sort of get it. You don't have to believe in reincarnation or anything like that. But if you walk outside, take a deep breath, depending on which city you're in. Like today, it was a really nice day down here today. We went walking in the woods and did a few things, and but anyway, coming up on new moon too, by the way, for folks. And so, just being outside and looking at what I weed eated yesterday so that I could go around all the bushes and go into places and check out all these extra, there are more blueberries than I'd seen before. And it just gives me strength to like, man, I really need to make paths up here, because it's wonderful walking up between the trees and the bushes and there are different things. There's open areas. Now, I guess I got about 4 acres, maybe 3 acres up from my house up to the top of the driveway and including down over here. But anyway, maybe it's only 2 acres, I'll have to measure up the driveway. I forget. But anyway, but to the point though, to be able to walk through the trees and not necessarily like a maze, but you can walk on one side of the bushes and 20 feet away, you can walk back in a different direction on the other side of a whole bunch of stuff, and it's totally, well, not exactly different, but I say totally different, similar trees, but different microclimates, right? Anyway, what's that got to do with the mission? It could be that it is your lot in life to understand just microcosms in life out of no particular reason. Well, I love to watch the birds. Good. I feed the birds. Good. And have a certain special closeness to me and birds. Great. Then you're connected. Well, I don't believe in God and all this stuff in the Bible and all. But see now, but they're still connected. They have found a connection to something. And it could be like for my granny, she loved her Petey bird and she loved the kids in the neighborhood and all this kind of stuff. And whether or not she had an actual mission from God, here's your stuff and go do it, isn't the point. I think she fulfilled her mission, whatever it was, as just being a simple person, an understanding grandma. I mean, she worked, wasn't like she was lazy or nothing, nobody could do chicken and dumplings like Granny. There just has never been anybody to be able to make chicken and dumplings like Granny did. I'm just saying. She rolled her own dough. And we used to sit there and roll dough with her as kids, and she'd cut it up and be humming and singing in the kitchen. So, but to have some of Granny's, chicken and dumplings, I don't do chicken much, like very often. I mean, very seldom, not very often, very seldom. But I would cook a chicken down in a heartbeat to have some of her with smashed potatoes. Okay, real potatoes smashed up with the old hand smasher. With a decent amount of butter and some canned milk, not just regular milk. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I made some of my own mashed potatoes the other day. That's one of my missions in life, is to keep smashing potatoes and not whip them or make them out of a package. Oh my God. Anyway, so, but in looking at our lives though, okay, so do I have a mission? Some of us know. And we may, like for me, I'm still a little curious about some of the in and outs of what my mission's about, but I've accepted that I'm supposed to be doing this and we're supposed to chat together and we're supposed to be comrades at arms, if you will, and we're supposed to understand and send love and prayers to each other, and to learn it ourselves and how important that is and how empowering it is and how we develop more talents and develop the talents that we already have and create a better future from it. So, but is that our mission? Like I said, this is not to convince people, if you are listening to this, that you must have a mission in life. If you're here, then you already understand there's something different about this life and you're trying to do the best you can. So, in just understanding most of the basic things that I talk about and almost every one of the videos is, being close to nature and honor and respecting each other and honoring yourself and honoring the ancestors, to all those memories that came before us that helped create who we are this time. And I'm a grandparent and I got a great grandchild somewhere. And, I'm not going to say never, but, my chances of seeing them are pretty slim under the circumstances, but never say never. But I know that they're out there, and there have been times where I literally have wept for, I wish that I could go visit or whatever. But in the grand scheme of things, it's more important, like my grandson JJ that comes in sometimes in the chat. I know he loves me, whatever is going on in his life, and I think he knows that I love him, and I make no bones about it. So the fact that we're miles apart and he's in Ohio and I'm in Georgia, we still acknowledge that the other exists. We may not speak all the time or have conversation, but he knows I'm here. He knows what kind of person I am. Uh, and he knows that I love him, so what else needs to be said? So my mission is to continue that with my grandson or whomever, all of you lovely people that are here, you know. I showed up at a meeting and still got stuck with a short straw. Yeah, sometimes that just happens. Welcome, Sunshine. Julianne. Hi, Rejan. Johan dancing. David, I was there. I don't know which David you're talking about, Johan. But anyway. But with this understanding, though, so now we may wish to, you too, David Castle, you may wish to create a mission like a friend of mine from Tampa Catholic. We talked a few times, not too recently. And he was like, I'm not really a Catholic anymore, but I still help, go and help Catholic charities. I still help out at homeless, and hungry, oh man, food bank thingies. And so it's, there must be monsters out there tonight, I'm telling you. But, he is not religious, but in his life, he has kept the mission of helping out with charities or food, homeless food, hungry folks and other things. So as well as, living his life the best he can. Now, it may be that he's living his life mostly in his old age on golf course, but when you live to be 68 years old, you have the right to say, I'm going to go spend my more time on the golf course. Okay, is there anything wrong with that? Not necessarily. It may be slightly selfish, um, but if you're enjoying yourself and you're around other people when you're playing, and you're out in nature, if you're going to play golf, you got to be right outside. So there are these things that golf is your excuse to go hiking. You know what I mean? I always I said that years ago. I played golf. Okay, don't get me wrong, but there were times where we'd cross over the river and go to the golf course on the other side of where my granny lived. I don't know, about maybe a mile from the house, maybe. But just across the Hillsborough River was a golf course there, an 18-holer with really like par four, par fives, long distances, for 350, 400 yards, 425, 500 yards, a long way. So we'd go out and play golf, all day long, all around, um, so I've been there, but it was like as I was playing golf, though, I realized that it was just a way to do a lot of walking because we couldn't afford a golf cart. Uh, but even my pops, until he got into his 70s, he walked the course. He wouldn't get a card. It's okay, Doug, calm down. Holy mackerel! Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Calm down. Calm down. I mean, he's just trembling. Calm down. You tear the door down, you'll hurt yourself now. Just calm down. Relax, whatever it is. Holy mackerel. You hear that deep, low growl? That ain't just something outside. That's something. You know what I mean? Animals talk to us. But anyway, hey, Julianne, how are you? So it's a nice place for us to gather and to visit here. This is sort of like we're hanging out at the bar. Y'all have your favorite whatevers. I got a Mountain Dew sitting here, and I didn't make coffee this afternoon. I just finished up what I made yesterday. But anyway, um, So I think in this understanding the mission thing should be that people, before you go off on a, well, I don't know whether or not God's got me on this, let's just stop right there. And let's just determine if you were born with a mission like I was and have known for a long time, and other people are like me in that respect, or is it something that you have developed during your life? Well, what's the difference? Well, if I came down as a little baby and there with is what I'm supposed to be doing, along with, Mother Mary showing up and giving me certain instructions and all that, I had a mission, and I tried my best for years to ignore it, to make it go away. I stayed drunk and high all the time. I mean, I know I've said this before and people think I'm joking. I have tripped over 500 times between acid and mushrooms and peyote and mescaline and, just, and the reason my sinuses are shot because of all the drugs that I sniffed up my nose. So I was not kind in the earlier days of my life. But at some point I said, wait a minute. I know I feel like I've got this mission. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to do and blah, blah, blah. Now here I am 10 or 15 years later going, okay, I kind of see where this is going now. And I quote, accept my mission. That's several years ago. I made my promise to God and all the spirits, and I said, I accept this mission. I'm here. I am a warrior for the Creator. And I will do everything I possibly can to help people to understand how easy it is to get to the Creator, how we're all connected. That was my solemn promise. There's a video way back when about it, sort of. My wording might be slightly different, but a warrior for Christ, a warrior for the, anyway. And I still feel that way. So my mission has not changed, but, well, yes, it has. In the grand scheme of things, it has changed because it has developed. So I went from a single solitary soul search on my own to this video channel and to understanding this information needs to be shared with all people. And from that, then I've understood, because I got off all the drugs and everything. And so my head is more clear. I'm more attached with nature. I continue to do that every day. And in my previous video, I said, just be better. It's only got to be 1 second better than the day before, and that could simply be a thought. So whether or not you have a mission, you're still here. Whether or not you believe in the hereafter, or that what I'm hereafter, that's an old joke. Or that you just say, well, I'm here for the ride. Okay, well, but you want to, shoot people with a real gun along the way and kill and murder them? Or do you want to give them high fives and slap and everybody get on the merry-go-round and let's all have a good time and we're all sharing cotton candy? You know what I mean? So there's ways of, just getting along and skipping through, because everything that you do affects other folks around you. Amanda B., how are you? Sally said the tree dance we must investigate. Happy Mother's Day to all y'all. It's almost Mother's Day on the Eastern Daylight Time. But anyway, so in this understanding of things, there are the elders, not too many now that, I'm as old as I am, but I look to the elders that were here and have passed on wisdom. Maybe I should write a book, but I do these videos as my legacy, if you will. But the idea is, though, that we must understand, whether we accept it or not, we wouldn't be here if there wasn't some kind of purpose. Something. I'm just saying. People can disregard it, throw it off. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in the Bible. Well, I don't believe too much about the Bible either. But let's just keep this in the ballpark. Do you believe that nature is, all has all this energy? Yeah, yeah, okay, that's all. I love doing flowers and working in the garden. Then you get my point. We don't need to go any further than that. Although you can, but see, for the rest of this to be a mission, if you will, is where do you want to go from here? And there's nothing wrong. Again, this ain't nothing about trying to make somebody feel guilty about, well, I don't really have a mission in life. It doesn't matter. You can create your own if you want. And you can say, well, up to this point, I've done this and this and this. I'm not a bad person. I've done some, like for me, I was an alcoholic and all that. And I was more self-deprecating than to anybody else, although I affected a few people along the way. The idea, though, that, wait a minute, we have the opportunity to change. So nobody's twisting your arm or mine. Well, they are twisting my arm, but I love you. I do. They're all chuckling with me, like, yeah. They let me rot for a while before I would actually get up. And then when the spirit saw that I was serious about getting back up again, because a few years ago I was in a wheelchair and I have given myself up for dead. And here I am, with a weed eater yesterday, and but anyway, so to me, you never say never, but it has taken commitment on my part to get better. All right. So how much I get better doesn't matter. It's just that I intend to get better. I might not win the lottery on this one, but tomorrow I think, well, today was pretty good. I get a chance to hang out with y'all tonight, and we can talk and chat and share, and so whatever happens tomorrow, I'm good. I'm comfortable. What come what may. Um, that spaceship could land on us, for God's sakes. Everybody's worried about tracking it. If I see this great beaming thing in the sky, which I've seen before, it went to pieces before it landed on the ground. But anyway, so the first thing would be, do I feel like I've had a spiritual message since day one? If not, okay. Do I feel like I have a mission now? Well, okay. So, and the third thing is, how much do I believe in whatever that mission is? And some people make their missions, I think, way too complicated. And, because they're striving to push forward, when sometimes the pushing forward is like, trying to push the river backwards. That old Indian, swim upstream, you try it, you're going to be tired in a heartbeat. So it may be that there was one river that it was just fast enough to where I could swim and not go anywhere. You could just stay at the same place, basically. That was interesting. But so if you now have a mission and didn't before, then sort of like the mission impossible. It's only up to you and whoever you made the agreement with, for me with my spirit guides, in that I have made this contract because I said I will. That's my contract. Will you do this? And I said yes. Will you? And I said I will work on this. And so, because of my own self thing and my own, this is my quote, my mission in life, if you will. I didn't have to make that I promise. But I realized that by not doing it, I was holding myself back. And it was holding me back, because as soon as I said yes, 100.1%, you've always heard me talk about that. For you newer folk, if you believe in something, and you have to be honest with yourself, if it's truly honest and truly there, then you must believe it 100.1%. Anything else is slacking. Okay. Don't care what it is. But if you don't believe it 100.1%, that smidge over 100, you will go that extra mile. You will, as a runner, you will stretch it out them last few, no matter how tired you are, and you push your chest out to the line, you do the best that you can. Now, it doesn't mean the best that somebody else thinks you could do. It's that you do the best that you can. And there are no, well, did you do the best? Well, I don't know. I got a leg cramp. Well, it doesn't matter. You did the best you could. Well, I felt like I could have run faster, but weren't you giving it your all? Yeah. Well, then you were doing the best you could do. Even though you might have come in second or third or fifth or 10th, it doesn't matter. Did you give it all? Your best? And the answer was, well, yes. Okay. Well, then I don't care what position you made it to the end of the race, or to the wire. And I don't mean this and everybody gets an award kind of thing, because there's something about being first and there's something about being 21st. I'm just saying. But even lessons for people who come in 21st will learn a lesson that there may have been 50 places and they made it past halfway and they didn't even think they could finish. So everything's relative to the people who get or receive or don't get or receive, first, second, third, fourth, or, in a placing. So in this realm of spiritualism, there is no first, second, third, or fourth. Who's better than the next guy? If you think in any terms like that, like, the Catholics, I threw that crap out a long time ago, and that, if you're not a Catholic, you're just going to hell, period. You're going to purgatory at least until, the Son of God comes back and he opens up the gates and all that happy stuff. And for me, when they said my grandma wasn't going to go to heaven, she was going to go to purgatory, I was like, no, she ain't. I mean, I just don't think so. But okay, because I could kind of see through her eyes what, where she was going. I'm like, okay, if that's purgatory, all right then. But, so, or that a religion would condemn you simply because you didn't believe what they believed. If you're not a Catholic, you don't believe it, that's it. If you don't have Jesus Christ in your heart, y'all gonna perish and burn in hell. But what if we have Jesus and even more than that in our hearts? Well, you can't do that. You just got to have Jesus in your heart. Okay, all right, we'll stick with that. So, but to them, and I know many Christians who are like, but you're not going to church. No, but I believe in Jesus, yeah, and I believe in parts of the Bible, and I believe in certain things, but I believe more than what's in the Bible, not less than. I believe more than. But, and they get confused right there. So, but they will condemn me or go, well, I don't know, Mr. Dave, he's off on this weird tangent. Well, I'm not judging them. Hope they have good luck with whatever way they find spirituality, but they're going to stand over there in their church righteousness and whatever and say, but if you don't have this, then you're not part of our club. And I just don't believe that. So with your mission, you have to have certain quote values you got to call it the spiritual realm, because if you're working on something good for people and you want to help people or do good or be a better person even, then you want to figure out ways of like, this has been bothering me for a long time. And like for me, Hawkeye was talking about the other day, he said, I've been carrying too much. I'm carrying some of these old thoughts and vibrations with me, and I needed to get to the end of the row and throw them damn things out, because I use the reference of cotton pickers and dragging cotton sack through the fields. I'm not saying that this happened, but if this were, and if we're a situation, and somebody said, I'm if nothing else, they said, I have been carrying some of this stuff too long. I'm just going to get rid of it, and they make a choice. So that fulfills my mission in life, if you will, because that's all I want is for people to be able to recognize within themselves how they can just, get rid of, things they aren't necessary and achieve things that could actually benefit them. It's up to the person. So after you've decided whether or not this is a mission and whether or not it's a mission that you were born with, kind of thing, like some of us, or whether or not it's a mission you have adopted. And, hey, anybody that adopts anything and wants to carry it through, my only thing about this, if you adopt it, then do it. That's all I'm going to say. Now, do you have to become a preacher or something? No, but if you adopt it, that you're going to be, working for the creator, that you keep doing good things. And the law of one is the most important law of all, okay? To do no harm. And the more, if you just stick with the law of one, you are my friend forever. And so, and learning to live by the law of one by some people would be a difficult task at any age. And to other people, it's like, water off a duck's back, however it goes. So, but anyway, hey, Mossy Man, I was going to do a video, but maybe not. I wanted to quote Pink Floyd. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Frank Zappa, plastic people with plastic hats. The idiot bastard son, abandoned to perish in back of a car. Kenny will stash him away in a jar. The idiot boy. Does anybody know what song that, it's Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention. TV dinner by the pool. It's another golden rule. Hit your butter, beat your butter. It's a royal plastic robot for a world that doesn't care. Just for you, Mossy Man. And for those of you who might have, Zappa. There's a special out about Zappa that I think I'm going to watch because I think Zappa went way too early. And but anyway, so anybody else new on that I haven't seen? But anyway, so with this understanding of a mission and whether or not you choose to accept it, and I would tell people if you're not sure and if you're working on stuff, just stick with that. There's nothing wrong with it. In my earlier video about just be better. That's all. If you're the best you can be, then don't let anybody else bother you. Now, if you feel guilty inside yourself because you don't feel like you're giving what you oughta, nobody knows that but you, and nobody can fix it but you. Now, you can seek help, and there are times when the cards have said, when we need to reach out to like beings to help us to become creative within ourselves, to get us out of our rut, And so, but anyway, and but I can't. My uncle loves Zappa. He passed away 2 weeks ago. Anyway, Witch Moon. Oh, I used to know. Where do they go after the CYO? Catholic girls. Na-na-na-na-na. Catholic girls. Anyway, they got pissed off at that. And then he goes, I want a horny little Jewish princess with a garlic aroma that could smell up Tacoma. I want a horny little Jewish princess. And then there was Valley Girl. Valley Girls. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway. Being a little crazy here with Zapper and stuff. Oh, what the heck, right? It's Saturday night, Sunday morning. Oh, Sunday morning. So here it is, officially Mother's Day, and to all the mothers out there, and um, good, bad, or ugly, and all of the above. Um, I wish them a happy day, you know, and for all the pain and the suffering they put in and put through with their children, and that, listen, y'all need a day to just, if is such for you, grab a bottle of wine and go to the park. Leave the dog at the house with the kids, unless you want the dog. But anyway, where his off button? My off button? Yeah, momentary lapses of reason. I don't know. I had a good reason for singing Frank Zappa, but anyway, because it always tickles me. But uh, what is my mission tonight in life? Oh well. But here's one thing too, that there are some people who will have this mission in life, but will be trying to push the river upstream. And this is only a warning for folks. If you find that you seem like you're swimming upstream, then maybe you are. And maybe it's time to just stop and let the river go by. And it doesn't mean you've given up. It means you got to go over here to the bank and take a rest. Because if you don't, you're going to drown. Okay. Because the river's ever flowing, whether it goes faster or slower, but it's always, most rivers are always flowing. So, with that said, you're going to have to swim against it. So, if your choice is to swim against it, regardless of the flow, you're going to have to work harder. Now, you can get a paddle boat, you can take a steamship. I'm thinking of a Mississippi Queen. Mississippi Queen, you know what I mean. Do, 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 do. Man, y'all got music in your heads tonight. I keep playing songs. Karaoke days, yeah, it comes up from the word uh, crackapoo, meaning empty or void, and oak comes from the orchestra. Yeah, I wish for a favor on someone who has hated me for 45 years 2 nights ago. Isby, it's all they've got to do in life. There are certain people that still hold grudges against me that I've tried to say, look, we don't have to send Christmas cards. You don't have to really like me. But can we just come to terms right now and look at each other in the eye and go, I'm sorry. I'm saying this. I'm sorry. You don't even have to apologize. If they've done me wrong or not. Not the point. But will you accept my apology? If I look at you dead in the eye and go, for all the things that I've done to wrong you, I'm truthfully sorry. Can you and will you forgive me? My first ex-wife did that to me. And she called me on the phone and I was like, what the hell? And I'm looking at the phone and she goes, no. And then later on, I got to a point where I understood where she had gotten. It didn't matter what she had done. And she knew she'd done some stuff that wronged me. But that she just, I want to know, I want to tell you I'm sorry. And will you forgive me? So when it's sent and said with such gusto, and you know, I was like, sure, yes, I will. Are you sure? And I said, if you really mean it, then I really mean it. I will accept your apology. Are you sure? She like the law of three kind of thing. And but in that though, do we make the effort? Is there a point where we can make an effort? Hey, D Ocean, um, yeah, let the good times roll. Yeah. And Chloe, oh, Susie Q, why can't you be true? Oh, Susie Q. Anyway, There goes another. Um, but anyway, so with the good stuff, we're coming up on 12/17. It is here on 5/9. I got to pay bills. Oh, I'm so proud. My light bill, my electric bill for last month was $27. $27. Now, that's how you pinch a penny. But I got everything I need, so it's not like I had to really go without. But, you know, I didn't have to light the heater. I haven't had to run the fans. I don't have air conditioners, so that's out. But since I haven't been had to run the fans around the wood stove or anything like that, or my little space heater here. So my $27. I think that's the lowest I've been able to get it in quite a few years. $27. But anyway, yes, happy Mother's Day to all you all. So anyway, this next section, after I have a 420 with you folks, about the mission. If you have gone through steps 1 and 2, which is, do I have a mission? Is it from birth? Have I accepted a mission? And now you're at the third stage. What am I going to do about the mission? Whatever it is. If it's for me, I was thinking if I could drive, I would ride into town at least once a week and go to the senior citizens thing and have lunch with everybody, just to have lunch, because I can tell jokes, and if somebody needs something, I did it in the past before I was old, and I had to serve a 6 months community service when I got arrested with the helicopters in my backyard for that little bit of marijuana that I had. And I went there, and there were many people that I've known in the Moultrie area that had retired and whatever. So I got to they were like, "Hey, Dave, how are you doing?" One was a cashier at a local hardware store for a long time, and somebody else was something else. But anyway, now I'm that old, you know, and I would go not so much for myself, but to see if there's anybody that was, because there were so many of the elderly ladies. Now I can go wink at them and go, "Hey, honey, you want a hot date?" You know, I don't know, Sonny. I'm 72. Well, I'm 69. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Anyway, I'm being silly tonight, ain't I? Or this morning, actually. But to the point, 420. Yep. And no, I don't sit around all day waiting for 420. I'm just saying. 2320 Central. Yep, there you go. Yeah, that's what time it is here in my house. I still refuse to set the clock ahead. I'm just obstinate in certain stuff anymore. But so anyway, so the third stage, you seem like you got an idea about a mission. Okay. So my suggestion with that would be to narrow it down for your own benefit and say, okay, well, I'm kind of doing this mission. It might be crystals, it might be this, it doesn't matter what it is. It really doesn't. If you've accepted this mission of what you intend to pursue in your future efforts, are you pursuing it for the right reasons? And If you need money, that could be a very good reason to do it. But if that's what you're depending upon, and if this is a tricky subject, and I'm going to use crystals for example. Now I got a bunch of crystals and stuff around the house, and when I used to go to powwows and stuff, I would take some of these crystals and see if anybody would buy them or whatever. And I gave more stuff away than I ever sold. Same thing with puppets. I would spend my time between shows making puppets. I mean, by literally over the years, by the hundreds, puppets, all different size types, strung different ways, hand puppets, mostly marionettes. Sell them for $10. $8, $5, $2. You know, give them away. And people go, well, but why do you do that? Because it's about the joy. It's not about the money. And there were times when somebody would say, here's a 20. Well, but it's only, no, just keep it. You've given my child and me such a good time watching you perform. He wanted a puppet, and this is my way of paying you for your, and I'm like, okay, it was free. I always put out a tip jar, whether I was getting paid for it or not. Because there's always expenses. But anyway, and it wasn't about whether or not when I went through a phase of I got to make money off of this, because I was at a point where I was kind of struggling and I needed extra cash. And then I realized it didn't take me long that I could not push it. It was the wrong time to push it. The economy was going to turds. It was 2005, 6, 7 in that slump in there. Stuff changed. People were going to powwows. I mean, a lot of stuff changed. So the wrong time for me to lose my job and, quote, try to depend upon this secondary income that I had with puppets and puppetry and stuff. But everything went down. So anyway, my backup plan, it wasn't that I failed, but it did. So I had all the best intentions in the world, but I couldn't give my services away. And people were like, well, and now with the COVID and all this, what do they want, a puppeteer or storyteller? So that's why I'm here. But anyway, so to our mission, in talking about power of the internet and that 3-hour plus video that I did, there are many layers of power. And I would much rather use the word talent. But we can use our talents to help empower ourselves to do better things. This is all connected, okay? And the connection is, it doesn't matter. Don't let somebody else judge you for what you're doing. And you should not be overcritical with yourself, but to thine own self be true. So if you're working on a project, it may be that you're going to start, you say, well, I want to start some container gardening. Okay, well then go get 6 pots and things and the stuff to go in them and start there. Oh, well, no, I'm going to go get, 150 pounds of stuff and I'm going to start the backyard. And then, so if you want to start container growing, then get you some seeds, get some dirt from someplace and start. So then you go, okay, well, I just say 6, but you start out with 6, and then the next day, oh, somebody's got a cutting, or you see some seeds at the store or something. You go, I think I'll plant some of these, and you take them home, and you got another one. So as you start planting things, and I'm using gardening, but as you plant things with your mind, it's the same way. So you plant the seed in the soil and you say, okay, here it is. Here's my ground level. Now I got to water it. So that means I'm going to have to do something. I'm going to have to go get a pot. I'm going to have to get the water. And if there's chlorine in it, I got to let it sit. I got to, and depending on what it is, you add a little fertilizer, but to the rest of it, then it's up to the seed, the ground, and Mother Earth, basically, as to whether or not it's going to come up and grow. Now, you can help it by talking to it and all that kind of good stuff, but basically, once it's in the ground and there's water in it, it's up to that. It ain't up to you. So we can put so much say that 3 times quick, expectations, but we should start small so that we see results right away. Here's a pot with some tomato seeds, and here's a pot with some pepper plant seeds, and here's a pot with this, and there's some there and there, and you water them, and you start seeing come up, and then you go get 6 more pots, and then you expand them out into those, and then you get some more pots, and then you take some and you plant them outside around your house or your apartment building or something. I knew a friend of mine that did this. He planted cabbage and lettuce and things around the shrubs. It was sort of like gonzo gardening, in that he added vegetables around the plants around the apartment building. He didn't start a new garden. He just, well, here's some lettuce growing up here. It was leaf lettuce, and here's something over here, and had some carrot seeds around something else, and so he was Roscoe gardening. I know there's another word for it, but I can't think of it anyway. Gonzo. Which state sells the I don't know, Christy. It's your birthday now, Johan? Happy happies and blessings more be upon you, my dear friend, if that can be had. So, but in understanding, okay, so what is my mission? Well, what you might really like, for me, I really wanted to travel around and do puppet shows for people. I'm not able to do that, all these circumstances. So I still want to do something like it. So I'm still in the right now, at least still. And I'm trying to figure it out. Things have changed, people have changed, situations have changed, and I'm still adapting. So that's my best guess. I'm going to keep adapting, and every day I'm going to try to keep working towards it one way or the other. Now, if I ever get my studio, if I could rebuild my shed the way I want to, I would have a mini studio outside that's not in my house. And I could set the puppets up and things out there, and it wouldn't be underfoot. Right now, I can't do that. If I could get my shed rebuilt and that kind of thing, then some of these things could actually. Love you, Bob. Cheers. So I haven't given up on it, but just certain things. The internet is saying I got troubles and I got everything shut off. But anyway, can you still hear me? Zinging bowl? It's a little old lady from Pasadena. Somebody was thinking about that. I'm kidding. But if you were, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you're sure. Okay, audio still good? All right, good. But it froze up and gave me a message across the top of the thing, and it's been over an hour. It seems here lately that about 45 minutes in or something, and this computer's acting weird too. It had an original Windows 10 on it, and then as it quote expired, they said upload this, the new Windows 10, and it's still Windows 10, but okay. And ever since then, this computer's been acting goofy. So I don't know if it's out there, but something's going on in here. And it will just stop and say, I have, your computer just shut down and we're collecting information. It will restart in a few moments. And then 5 minutes later, it's still thinking about it and doing its thing. Not a clue what's going on. I mean, I remember back in the days of the blue screens of death, with Windows 3.1 and, and all the other Windows in between, except for Windows 2000. Oh my God, that was such a good, clean. Um, People have no idea how good Windows 2000 was. But anyway, um, but as a person that was doing 3D AutoCAD and stuff, it was so stable. I could do multitask, two screens, and back in them days, it was like it took a lot of processing power. Where now it's just common. But people go, "Why you can?" Anyway, uh, but what we need to understand about if we have a mission and whether or not we decide to do it, and but it's not about whether or not you decide to do it. You should also decide, and depending on how old you are, how much you want to be involved in it. So you want to learn to be a spiritual healer, okay? But are you learning to be a spiritual healer for the random person that comes to your life, or family or friends? Or are you searching to be a spiritual healer and you wish to undertake a short enough shaman journey and do some things, up to you. And there's nothing wrong with either one. Well, I want to go along this path and I want to learn as much as I can and I want to pass along as much as I can. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. But before you establish, well, this is what I'm going to do, how much do you want to? I mean, do you now? You can always change your mind later on. Don't get me wrong. But when you say yes, I want to do this 100.1%, that I'm going to pursue a spiritual calmness and however you want to describe it, right? Okay, I'm going to do it. All right, that's your soul contract. You just verified right there. I intend to do this to the best of my ability. Okay, because nobody's marking you right or wrong. But you'll know if you're right or wrong. And that's the, like, in this end game, as far as my time in life, I know it's not the end, but this late in life, I look back and I go, there's a lot of stuff. I wished I had some of this insight now. I would not have done that same thing 20 or 30 years ago. Oh my God. I, you know, but 20 or 30, actually it'd be 30 or 40 years ago now. Um, did I have if I had a little bit more insight with that, or acted on it more versus doing something else, or did I actually do back then what I really could have done? And I look back and go, not really. But at the time, I thought I was doing the best I can. But in between times, I was getting drunk. I was getting snorting coke. I was doing, stuff that was not towards the end of this, right? I mean, I'm sorry, but you can have a lot of fun with an 8 ball of coke, but what does it get you in the end? Nothing. you know, I'm sorry. And I don't even want to go into how many times that's happened with me and other people, but anyway. So when we make the decision that yes, we want to go on the path, well, you can take the really hard trail, and go down through the swamp and climb up there. You can climb the face of the mountain if you want to, or you can just stay on the trail that's marked. Not to say there won't be difficult places along the trail, but you're going to stay on the marked trail versus, well, I'm going this way. You both is the same. You both, both intentions are the same. And you say, I want to learn to be spiritual. Okay, but that doesn't mean that you're going to spend 3 or 4 days down in the swamp like I did. Okay. And you're not going to do certain things that I have, which were part of my journey. And because it's not part of yours. Now, you could make it part of yours. You could fast for 2 or 3 days and go into a sweat lodge, and you can do certain things. You can go out on the trail and, I'm not saying that you can't, but that's my journey has gone in depth, where a lot of other people would have just said, okay, I see where this is going, but not for me. And that's okay. Not everybody has, we're all going in the same direction in my opinion, but I'm the adventurer. But I've also, for myself, for my own training, have understood that I've had to undergo these different trials of life in order for it to maybe one day I'll get an eagle feather. If you all know what I mean about that, because eagle feathers have to be earned, and you have to go through snake and through weather and through the earth and through fire, bury yourself in the earth for a day, and then be reborn. I mean, just the idea. So there, a lot of folks are not going to be anywhere close to the path that I've already been on, and could probably do some more because I'm going to go back to the swamp. It just is what it is. Hey, Alex, how are you? Anybody else I missed? It's good to see you all in here sharing with each other. I really mean that. It's a blessing to me and an honor to be here for you all and with you all. So, but anyway, but in understanding about whether or not you have a mission, it's okay. But for yourself, sit down and have an honest discussion with, okay, what is my underlying reason? Well, I want to be a good person. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Is it so that you go to heaven, or what's your underlying reason for wanting to be a good person? Is it because you were a shithead in a previous life and you want to make it up? Or is it that, life is complicated and you don't think that you stood up to your own potential? I mean, there are a lot of, but here's the thing. It doesn't really matter. Is that okay? Well, then I want to be a better person. All right. You know, simple statement. But what's your underlying reason? And only you can answer it. But when you learn more about yourself is when you can go below that first question. I just want to be a good person. Why? And it's not that you're being graded. What's your underlying emotion for that? Well, I just love kids. Well, I've always felt this way since I was born. And there you go. Then you agree to this. There's an answer you might have not answered earlier on. Oh, I've had this the whole time. Yeah, see? So it's up to you to develop how far you want this to go. But oh, well, I don't know. I think I just developed this. Well, but why did you do it? You didn't just develop it because you felt like this all along. If you are honest, and that's the point of the exercise. It's not whether there's something right or wrong. It's the exercise with yourself. Well, I want to be better to other people because why? Well, because I want to make sure. Now, this is my reason. I want to make sure that everybody finds their own potential to go to heaven, to make it, to go, without any kind of religion to hold them back. As many people that can, quote, hear my word, that would help them make the transition, like dear friend Brian Barnett. There are times when I'm like, I hope our discussions helped him, because he was one of, compared to 500, he was way on the beginning of my list here as a subscriber, and all the times and on his channel and everything. So, but with that said, though, it's that's why I'm doing this. You know, I learn about myself, and I learn to speak about these things that I have conversations with in my head, and then they say, "Okay, now go do a video about this." But no, there other people need to hear this. Okay, so whatever truth is in this to you, it's not that you have to be so over analytical, but just sit down quietly and go, I really like helping people, but why? That's all. And if you don't know why, well, I don't know if this is a bit of my lifelong mission or whatever, then it could help you to stop worrying about it and embrace it if it has been with you all your life. So you can go, all this time I've wasted on, well, I don't know if I really have. I was wishy washy for a long time. Some might say I still am. But in the understanding of it, though, my mission just gets clearer and something else will come up when I go, oh, wow. So this is sort of included in that. Oh, okay. I hadn't anticipated that, but I accepted this much of the mission. I'm going to go with it, at least for now. Um, so to be honest with the self, you just simply ask, why am I doing this? I've known because somehow this is part of why I'm here. Okay. So for a long time, I tried to dismiss it and go, well, no, I don't know this thing. And I'm really not sure what it's supposed to be, blah, 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 blah. When I accepted it 100.1%, there were things in me that just settled down. Okay. Now, again, it's your decision if you have a mission. It's your decision in whatever and how that mission is. You can expand it or retract it at if whatever is necessary. But the thing is that if you say that you're going to do it, then be as committed as you possibly can. But instead of starting out with a half acre of garden, plant seeds in 6 pots and start out small and learn how to get better at whatever it is. And if things work out, then you'll have a tiller and a half acre, and all the plants you started will go into your garden. Then you can always expand it. But if you start with the expansion and you don't get the results, then you've wasted time and energy and money and all that kind of good stuff and not had what could have been. So, and it's also for folks who are just starting out with certain things, um, that I've been a subscriber, Milky Way channel, and always will remember is good vibe best. And yeah, wearing hats. Yeah, we used to have Knights of the Hat. We used to joke with each other about, it's guys wearing hats. We always had a lot of fun with that. Hi guys, I'm driving, but I'm listening, Julie. Planning your siblings. Yep. Two makes the best. Love to Romania. Yes. Love to everybody, regardless of where you be. I am open to all beings, earthlings or not. And in many of the things that keep coming up is that, um, is disc of golf at least 2 courses near Serpent Mound? Game on. I mean, Serpent Mound in Ohio. I'm sure that up in there, because it's kind of sort of you could probably find a golf course up there. I got relatives that are kind of sort of in that area in Ohio, if you're talking about that Serpent Mound in Ohio. And while I'm there, if I could twist the arm of my brother, he would be the next oldest brother, and he is officially a Lee. Had I been born, if my parents had been born, I would have. I'm still his older brother, but he has a different mother. So, but anyway, disc golf. Then I don't know what you're talking about. Is that the same as like frisbee golf? I love doing frisbee. Yeah, that'd be cool to go smoke at syrup. Pick a mound. There's a mound over there on the Colamoki Mounds over on the Alabama, Georgia. It's in Georgia. And that's a really strange place over there, let me tell you. Been some weird things seen. You got bad lightning? So anyway, about the thing and about the mission, if you've gotten this far with us, it's not that you should question whether or not you have a mission. Well, that, should I have a mission? I don't, no offense, but in reality, none of us really care. I mean, I would rather you be honest and go, well, I'm just kind of here for the ride and I want to be spiritual and all that, but I don't really have any other aspirations. Thank you for being honest, you know? And but in doing so, because you're a spiritual being, there are going to be times when you're going to pass it on unbeknownst to you, whatever. There's going to be something that will happen that the knowledge and the everything that you've learned, you'll be able to pass it on in some way. It just kind of works out that way. And it might be just to most people some insignificant thing, or it may be a smile or a good comment in the chat room. You never know what your impact is going to be unless you stay in the positive. And if that's your mission, is to just be a positive being in the universe, that is an absolute worthy mission. I'm going to be a positive force in the universe. I'm just going to be as good a being as I possibly can. That's noble. That is one hell of, it doesn't mean you're going to try to coerce anybody or anything. No, but you're going to do the best that you can be without going all crazy, wacko, and, anyway, being a good person in your community, being a good person, just whatever it is. So the gestures do not have to be grandiose. In fact, some people thrive on being grandiose. Now, there were times when we could put on plays and things in theaters, and somebody would help fund us, and we could be puffy and rent really expensive costumes and things, so, and backdrops and that kind of thing. Back in the day when I was doing theater, and then there were times when we were doing low budget, but we did the same show without a lot of glitz and everything, but it was still a good show. It was still a good actors. It was still had good sets. We just didn't rent them from New York City, as some directors wanted to do all the time. And it's like, that costs money, the scrims and the backdrops. Anyway, we'd make our own. And, but some other people were like, so, but if you had the money, okay. So, in what goals? And it's very similar to me to whatever mission you feel that you have. So, my mission is I want to direct this play and want to have to be a producer as well. All right. Am I still on? Because I'm getting that message. Your connection is unstable. Please wait while we reconnect. Am I still on? It said blippy blip. So anyway, so if we've decided on whatever it is, you can always expand upon whatever it is you decide your mission is, if you decide. And if you don't decide on a mission that you're here just to be that good person, that is your mission. Accept that and be warm about it. And versus, well, I don't know, I'm here to kind of observe. No, take a hold of the situation and 100.1% believe. My mission here is just to be a good person in all situations and all circumstances. Let me be the best person I can be. I'm going to be human. I'm going to go out here and whatever you do in life. So it's how you conduct yourself and how much involvement you want to be. But if you just say, I believe in the universe, I believe in the, in source energy. I believe that we're all connected. Absolutely. I believe that all life is connected. Is there anything about religion in there? No. Did I ask any person or any entity to worship something? No. So, what's the whole purpose of this? Just to understand what the universe is already like and believe, 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 believe. And then when you believe it and do that 100.1%, trust it. Because there are people who believe it, but at the same time, they're not really trusting it. And then there are some people who are over trusting. Well, I told the universe that I believe, and and I expected this stuff, and you expected stuff. Right. You expect, well, the universe asked for, I expected this. Yeah, you over expected, and it wasn't time. And the universe could not just produce the absolute thing that you needed at the specific time that you wanted it. It's not the universe's fault. Okay. We have to take part in it. And some things that we neither is necessary at the time just ain't there. And we just have to accept it. It may come later on, or something else will come along, which has been my usual train of thing. It ain't what you want, but something else comes along, and you have to go, well, you know what? That'll work. Well, I don't know. It's like what I used to talk about. Somebody says, "Well, I need a car." Well, here's a Chevy. Well, I don't really like Chevys. I'd rather have a Ford. But here's a Chevy. And they pass it up, and then they bitch because they don't have a vehicle. But anyway, Pearlie, my mission is on my Facebook profile. I'm an alarm to wake the dead. Interesting. I think I put some people to sleep. Yes, I sure do sing. Yes, I have a baby chant passed down from my daddy. I have to accept that I need to help, but it's always going to be a sacrifice for me to help others. Now, see, Isby, that's one thing that you have to stop saying. Because if you have to sacrifice every time you're helping somebody, then you really don't understand your mission. Because if you understood your mission, then it no longer becomes a sacrifice. I will repeat that. If you keep saying sacrifice, it will be a sacrifice. If you look at it from that standpoint, then, well, I accept my mission, but everything I do is going to be a sacrifice. Nah, because if you accept your mission, whatever the pain or troubles or you've already accepted them. So to say it's a sacrifice, then you haven't really accepted. It's a twisty subject, but I'm here to tell you there is a difference between the two. So, I understand what you're saying. Then, if you're doing that, Isby, then you're cheating yourself. And in cheating yourself, you don't really do anybody else any good. So there is a fine line in that, in being the compassionate observer. Okay. So, well, I'm here to help everybody all the time. The answer is no, you ain't. And I don't just mean you, Isby. I mean, it's like, quit using the word sacrifice, Isby. Be nice to yourself. It doesn't matter. It's not about living on the river like me. That has nothing to do with it, Isby. It's the word sacrifice. If you're doing what you know you should be doing, it's not a sacrifice. The words you use are very powerful. So for every time you do something for someone else and you use the word sacrifice, you are nailing yourself to a cross that does not exist. Okay? I love you, my friend, but listen to my words. Do not put yourself on a cross when it's not necessary. Period. Okay? Jones says, think of each beat of your heart as a what situation. Yep. Right, David Castle. Don't let it lower your vibration with helping others. It may raise your vibration because you love to do it. Yep. You have to stop using the word sacrifice. Change it to, there are many times I have helped other folks it's a damned inconvenience. I'm just going to say it is a damned inconvenience, but I don't sacrifice. It can be a damned inconvenience. Somebody, blah, 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 yeah, blah, blah, yeah, yeah. So the idea is that, if you say, and that's the point about 100.1%. Yes, I'm going to help people. I'm going to do the best I can, but it's not a sacrifice. It's just your mission. Yes, it's going to be bumpy. Yes, it's going to be cold. Yes, it's going to be hot. Yes, it's going to rain. Yes, it might snow. Yes, you will be criticized. Yes. And if you want to back out of the mission, now's the time to do it. But if you're going to accept the mission and go, yep, then there are going to be inconveniences along your way, but you must also learn about this, because there are many times I have overextended myself and have gotten myself and other people into trouble. Don't do it, for not just ISB, but for anybody. Do not overextend yourself. If you feel you're being overextended, but you also have to ask yourself honestly, well, I signed up for this, then shut up. If you said you're going to help this person, always specify a time. Don't let it go on and on. And you can always come back and help somebody, but people will take advantage of that. So you have to be kind to yourself and go, okay, whatever it is, I can help you for a week, but then, and whether you make up something or not, at the end of 7 days, you keep it in your mind. I'm not going to stay around. Well, they're going to beg me, or whatever it is that might happen. Well, I still need help. Well, yeah, you need help. I need help. We need help. So there's only so much help we can give others before we lose ourselves. So, but you can't do that, Izzy. You cannot put everybody else's needs before yours, because then you end up being a worthless shell, because everything goes out to everyone else, and you don't have enough core energy to sustain your own life. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Every monk, needs his time to say, grasshopper, leave me alone. Get out of here. Go do something. Leave me alone. We all need that time to recharge. The best of us need it, no matter how good or how long we've been on this journey. Everybody needs it to different degrees. And if you're helping somebody else, that means someone else is getting your energy. You can say, well, I'm giving it away and I'm helping this person. But in helping the person, you have to also realize that they may be sucking your energy dry. I'm not saying that's the issue. But if you've gone to the point, if you feel like, oh my God, every time I'm around this person, my energy just goes up, then they're sucking the life out of you. And for your own safety and for your own sanity and for your own self-being, you cannot do it. Oh, well, they need me. And you need to be healthy spiritually, inside and out. You need to be healthy. No offense to the people out there, but you need time. Every person needs time. Yes, you need to learn the balance of that. Yes. I have been there in so many ways and helping people out, and I had no time for myself. And I realized that I had no energy. I didn't know who I was, because this person needed this energy from me, and this person used this energy from me. So 3, 4, 5 people, and I'm going to their house and I'm working, do stuff, and then I got my own stuff on the side. And then you end up and you don't know who you are, because you've lost your own identity. It'd be, my friend, I have been there, done that, and it hurts. And what hurts most is for you to be able to draw the line and go, I will help up to this point. And it doesn't mean I'm going to give up. It means that I have to reserve some for myself. I must. You gotta. And it's not being mean, it's not being selfish, because if you're always giving to somebody else, then you're not being selfish enough. And let me add this to this. Now, Isby, I don't know if this is true for you. And I don't mean this to be, well, listen to what I have to say. I realized that there were times when I would go help other people when I knew that I actually needed to be here on the farm or do something or something. And I would allow myself to go do something for someone else because I was afraid to be myself. Well, I need to go home and do that. Yeah, but oh, come on over. We'll have dinner and you can help me do this. And then stuff here at the house got, and that's why a lot of things around my house got a little, outdated and overdone because I was always going to somebody else's house to help them out. But in that, by doing that, and it was by this, I have to be a hermit for real kind of thing to really learn this lesson in that I can still help other people. And if I can, I still do. But I was hiding from myself by going and helping them. So, oh, you need some? Oh, I'll come help you. Why? Because you want to get out of doing chores. Oh, well, such and such needs my help. Well, yeah, but I got a leaky roof. Oh, yeah, but such and such, I'm going to go help them out on their. But what about drilling the well in the back, Hawkeye? Well, such and such needs help over there, and so you end up, hey, Tracy B. Something about getting mad at people. Yeah, I had a horrible temper. Oh, I had a horrible temper. I could control it, but if I reached a certain point, which wasn't too high, I could be really blastful. So I get the anger and the that thing really well. Many of you don't know me that well because I've had, for me, not necessarily acting, but becoming more angry to show my frustration or something or. But that's intended on purpose. Am I really angry like that? And the answer is not really. It's not a put on. I'm showing you emotion that I used to feel, but now I can, they're kind of still hanging out in there, but I got control of them. Thank God. And to the creator, to the universe, just say thank you to the universe. That's all the prayers you need. If you're consistent with that, but whatever we are choosing to do in life, and there are a lot of times we have to, something will come up along the line that we hadn't really anticipated on it, whatever it might be, and whatever your journey is, or whatever it is that you choose, quote, as your mission. And you stop and realize, well, that's why it's important to say, well, I want to help people. But what's your underlying reason? Because I love people, I love something. If there's a little something else than just, I want to help people, if you understand it a little deeper, could send you in a different direction that's still helping people, but not maybe in the way that you thought you were going to end up helping people. Okay. Like me, I thought I was going to be traveling around and doing puppet shows. So, okay, everything is good. We're modifying. We're going to modify the situation this last year and a half with all the COVID stuff. A lot of us have had to really, not necessarily rethink things, but our emotions, our actions, and all that. Everything's been modified. Our way of thinking, our way of thoughts, the whole 9 yards. So in the future, there's going to be things like that. We're going to have to learn to modify whatever it is our behavior is. And by behavior, I mean, I want to be a help to all mankind. So, but what if my internet goes out or something like that, and I can't have these chats with you? Does that mean I'm going to stop? No, I will adapt to something else. The whole thing is I'll figure it out, right? So if it's my journey, if it's what I'm supposed to do, and I believe it, then it will still work itself out, however it's supposed to work out. Well, but I thought it would be like that. Yeah, we can all think it's going to be like this. But then it could also end up being that, yes, Julianne, flexible. And because we just don't know if there's, and I'm just using the C-19 thingy as the most recent thing. But so none of us anticipated anything like this that's been going on. And there's still people who are so sold on the fact that they have to wear a mask outside in the park or something. Is just driving in their car. And after all this time, still doing that. I just go, God Almighty, we've got a long way to go. But are those people ever going to be able to come back from where they went? They don't feel safe without their mask on, even driving around in the car, because they're so afraid of whatever it is, right? And so whoever brainwashed them into thinking that it doesn't really work, let's not go into that. But do you need it in your car driving down the highway? The answer is no. Do you need it when you're walking in the park? The answer is no. Do you need it when you're, in your own house? The answer is no. But there are people who are washing everything 2 and 3 times a day. Their house is so clean, there's not a germ anywhere. And I'm sorry, but I think that's going to make them sicker. But it's just me. If people saw sometimes, my counter, that one of these days I'm going to finish my kitchen, but at the moment it's just a piece of plywood. And I've got cutting boards and everything. Oh my God, listen, I wash it and scrub it. It's an old piece of plywood. It was supposed to be temporary about 5 years ago, at least 4. So I haven't got to the point where I've got my countertop over there. So it's a piece of plywood. And I'm just comfortable with it. But other people are, oh my God, he's got a piece of plywood. Oh, piece of plywood. Yes, it's been there for a long time. It's been my friend. I know it looks nasty. I still scrub it and wash it. But, it's at the moment, it's my temporary, after all these years, uh, countertop. So, people, I don't know. There was, my, anyway, an in-law of sorts who wouldn't even come into my house. They said, no, I'm not even walking in there. Because my house is, quote, so nasty because there's spider webs over the door. There are plants that literally, when you walk in my back door over here, there are plants that you have to duck to go under. There's vines and a big palm tree that's been sitting there for 15 years. There are other plants sitting right there, mother-in-law's tongue and some other vines, and it's like, you know, and yes, parts of my kitchen are under construction. I've been trying to build this porch and connect it in and fix some of the issues that I've had. And then I want to move my kitchen to the other end of the house down here where it originally was. But anyway, but so if you come to my house now, you go, oh my God, he wants to. I don't try to live being nasty, you know what I mean? But an old piece of plywood, people that go, well, you pick up all those germs. And if that's the case, I haven't had a stomach ache or anything like that in so long. If I was going to be dead from something, it'd be, quote, from the way I live, because of other people's standards who have to Clorox, bleach everything, the countertops and everything. I'm sorry, I don't quite live that way. And to some people, it's absolutely nasty, and they wouldn't walk in my back door. That's okay if that's how you feel. I love you anyway. But at the same time, it has become too natural for me, and I really do want to change it. Yeah, God bless the village life. But so if you want to judge me because my countertop is an old piece of plywood, then never mind. One of these days I'm going to get my countertop and it's going to be, it just hasn't been time yet. And with only me living here and nobody ever coming to visit, it's low on my list. Being out in the woods with Duggar just is more important than whether or not my kitchen gets finished. Because it's still very functional for me. So, but anyway, but from somebody else's standards, from their perspective, oh my God, okay, sorry. and I will not criticize you for how you live. you know, I don't see how he can stand to live like this. Okay. If I hadn't have gotten hurt and some of the things that happened a few years ago, my house would not be in this condition or the property. So, I got, damn near died and was very disabled, you know, and still working on some issues. But I tomorrow's going to be even better. I refuse to give up. I refuse to say that I can't learn something tomorrow. In a lot of cases, for me, there's a lot of stuff because of brain trauma and so forth. I have to relearn. I used to know how to do stuff, and now I go, man, how did I used to do that? And now it's like, okay, Hawkeye, stand. I'm going to use the F word. Stand the fuck still and look at it. What do you see? No, stand the fuck still and look at it. You're an engineer. You have fixed these things before. You have done these, whatever repair I got to do out in the shed or whatever. You've done this before. But, and my brain would try to jump, and I don't know, I used to be, and shut the fuck up, Dave, and listen. You already know how to do this. And when I go through that third stage of shut up, wait, okay, because my brain will automatically go to a place. Well, I used to know how to do this. This used to be real easy, and I get caught right there in that trap. So now I have to go. Well, I used to know how. Yeah, okay, move on. Don't get for myself. Don't get caught up in. Oh, I used to know how to do this, and that will catch me every time if I let it. So I don't. So, but I see it coming now. When I go out to work on something, the first thing that's going to pop up into my head is that I used to know how to do that really easy, and I'm sure I still got the information. Rather than go into the circle of, wow, I really wish I could, it's so much harder. I can't go there. I used to a lot, and I can't now, and shouldn't. I can say it. Well, this used to be really easy. Now, what would I have done in the past? So instead of worrying about now, how would I have dealt with this before? So I'm telling myself out loud to research in my wisdom of electronics or mechanics or carpentry or whatever it is. How would you do that? How did you deal with that in the past? And it gives me a reference point instead of, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if I should. Stop right there. Now, this is for me, okay? But I understand. I use it in lots of different ways, a lot of different ways and places. Ways and places. Yeah, put two words together. But in the ways and places that we do these things, it's been 2 hours already. Wow. I can sure run my mouth, can't I? Okay, Pearlie, you be safe. Yeah. Because I love you too much, baby. We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. A semi Elvis impersonation. I haven't been here long, but long enough to know. Well, thank you, Tracy B. But see, here, this is one of the things, and thank you, and right back at you, though. I understand that each one of us, we are wise in our own ways. And sometimes, there are many times when now my head trauma, that damn near killed me, turned me into a slobbering, anyway. To come out of that, I was just like, I know this used to be easy. So, because I used to be able to figure things out kind of sort of methodically, as an engineer, find the problem. There's fluid leaking. Okay, where's the point it's leaking? And then there's just certain things. Well, I don't know. It could be the manifold. It could be the valve. It could be just oil that leaked down when when you put oil in the truck or whatever. So you have to look at, oh my God, I see oil on the engine. Yeah, strip it out from under the car. Okay. And then come to find out it was just a minor spill. But to the point, so whatever it is that we're working on, but to be able to just stop, for me, my brain wants to go off on all these things. I just have to go literally shake my head and close my eyes and go, okay, now, we're not going to be all freaked out about how would I fix this? What do I do? We're just going to look at it like I would have looked at 5 or 6 or 10 years ago. I'm just going to open up my eyes and go, okay, am I still confused? Do I still know what I'm going to do? The answer is no, but I'm going to trust, because I've already had previous experience and quote wisdom in repair and carpentry and all this, that there's going to be something from my wisdom. I'm accessing wisdom, my memories, to come out and help me with whatever the issue is. And there's sometimes I'll stand upside and I'll look up at the sky and go, hey, y'all, I need a little help with this. My brain's being a little cluttered and I really need to take care of this. Can you help me focus? And there's a lot of times where it just feels like just something comes down and says, all right, and kind of tweaks my little, whatever my little brain pattern is that's going on up here. And it's really, I don't ask often, but there's been a couple of times where it's just like there's this tingly kind of feeling going on, So I don't know if any of you have ever, but anyway, the Duck Dynasty boys. Yeah, right. And I've been watching DuckTales, and one of my favorites back in the day was, speaking of ducks, if you raise ducks, there are some nasty critters. Let me tell you, I will never raise ducks again, pond or no pond. They're nasty. They shoot shit out their ass across, 8 to 10 feet in it's nasty. Ducks. Anyway, chickens poop straight down. That's true, Isby. The wisdom that we have, there are lots of us that have wisdom from what we've acquired up to now. But so many folks, some of the information they have is false in some way, and it may end them up doing, like, I don't know, this one guy that was talking about, well, I wasn't really close to the moccasin. He couldn't get me. And I was like, yeah, listen here, you dumbass. I saw where you're taking pictures of this. Oh, you're an outdoorsman and you're all this. And if that snake had moved to you, towards him, he would have killed himself, not by the snake, which probably would have bit him anyway, but because of where he was standing in the reeds and the thicket and everything, there was no way for him to take 2 steps back without stabbing himself in the leg or falling back into some brush with sharp sticks sticking up. He'd have been skewered. Oh, but he knew what he was talking about. He knew okay, dumbass. I'm just saying, dumbass, But he, thank goodness the snake didn't chase him and he backed out and everything was okay. But I wasn't worried about the snake biting him as much as I was worried about, him being out there and thinking that he was safe. No, a snake is lightning fast. And if you do a jerk dance like this and lose your balance, you a dead mo, especially from where he's at with all these sticks sticking up. He'd have been hurt seriously. So, but anyway, but there are those people who they know what they're doing. I have the wisdom of the snake and I know it's a moccasin. Yeah, but did you use the wisdom of your location? Did you look around you and go, "Can I get away from him if I need to? Can I retreat if I get within 2 feet of a water moccasin who can jump in one direction half that distance easy and be swimming towards you within a second the next, and you're going to tell me that you're good to go?" Well, in life, there are snakes that can strike like that. So, well, I see the snake. Yeah, how close you getting? Well, how like you're going to do this? Well, I don't know. And I just look at me, you dumbass, listen here, dumbass, you know. And for me, it's like that's being polite, but at the same time, you go, you can't fix stupid, dumbass. you know, it is what it is. And I prayed that for them folks who, pay attention, not just to the snake or whatever the situation is, there's stuff around you that you may have to jump back in a hurt. Are you paying attention to everything else around you kind of thing? Well, there's a snake over there. Good for you. It's 1:23, 3 minutes off. It's a minute earlier than last hour. So smoke if you got them. I'm almost out of here, but I still got some in my bowl. Haven't you sent me an email before, Mossy Man? I think. But anyway, you got some vodka? I got sick on vodka early on with, vodka and orange juice and vodka and other kind of juices back in the day. And I could drink gin, which is different from vodka, but, I would rather drink vodka straight up, chilled, if I'm going to drink it. But I've always liked Jack Daniels. I got some Jack Daniels up there. And there's a type of gin called Boodle's gin. It comes from Britain. At least that's what I understand. And made with juniper berries. Anyway, the but if I'm going to straight up drink, without anything, Jack Daniels, a good whiskey. There are some folks that do Southern Comfort. I'm not a Southern Comfort fan. I would rather have, some Jamaican rum and, rum and Coke, something like that, mixed variably with some ice, Now, talk about doing shots of tequila. I drank a whole bottle of, on one birthday of mine, an entire bottle of, not by myself, I shared it, but by the time everybody left, there was still like this much left in the bottle. And me and my friend Marcia, who I've still not heard from, is I said, we're going to finish this bottle. And we did. And I ate the worm at the bottom. And let me tell you, we talked about this over the years. We still don't know where we made it. We woke up the next day just going, what did we do and why? But it was my birthday and I was going to finish that bottle. And I still remember it to this day. I don't remember which birthday it was, but, it was here at the house and it was, and it was a bottle of Jose Cuervo. And so, but if if somebody's going to say what you want to drink, just straight up Jack Daniels or Jose Cuervo, okay. You're going to drink tequila? Yeah, I hung around a bunch of Mexicans and yeah, I might not have many of them and you might have to carry me out of the bar, but if, but if I'm going to drink, that's what I'm going to have. I'll do a shooter with you, but, because me and alcohol just don't quite mix. But here's the thing, though. I wouldn't want to get drunk with you, but I would love for everybody to get around and do a shot. Just a salute, and everybody do a shot of something. If it's grape juice, okay. but everybody get together and say, okay, you know, blah 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 to whatever, cheers, and everybody do a shot. That would be just cool. But it wouldn't necessarily be about getting drunk or who's got whatever. But anyway, that was just a side note there. After 2 hours on the subject, I guess I'm kind of pretty much done with the basics of the discussion. But to keep reminding about what this message is about, have you decided? If you have a message, a mission, a basic idea of what the mission is. I want to help people. Okay, that's good enough. And whether or not you're committed to it. But like Isby, we were talking, being committed to it long term means you have to take time for yourself. So if you're doing stuff for other people 4 days of the week, then you should take 3 days for yourself. Because the first day is just going to be to recover from what everybody else is doing, and the other 2 days are for you. All right, and don't go shelling out your time for the 3 days and go helping somebody else during that time. No. Now you can do 2 days here, take a day or two, and then help somebody over here, but always take at least 3 days in a row whenever you possibly can from helping the other person, unless you have committed to being in a live-in worker or something, which is different. But even if you are helping someone inside and you're with them all the time, even then you need to get the hell out of Dodge so that you can have the energy to go back in to the situation that is not that's not of yours. It's someone else's situation that you're helping. And in order to help people in their situations, you have to have the strength. For me, for you, for any of us. And it's not being that we're being bad people or that we don't care about someone. It is not about that. It's about self-preservation. So we have to be able to say that. Yep, lick it, slam it, suck it. What are we still? Earnhardt Garage in Mooresville. Uno más cervezas, por favor, señorita. Or señor. Uno más, por favor. Sí. Uno más cervezas, por favor, señorita. Giant, good to see y'all. Yeehaw is how I feel at the moment at the end of all this. So I know there are people out there, that they say they have missions and goals and all that. Having a goal is not necessarily the same as having a mission. I mean, having a mission like mine in life, you have to have certain goals to reach, to complete your mission. Hawkeye's talk about ducks reminded me of flaming duck farts. Oh my God, a drink that goes down smooth, but trying to get it off, trying to get out the stool when you got to pee. Now, I don't care who you are. Now, that's funny. Dumbass. We did a show years ago. It was one of the first shows I did with the local group. And in it, there was a party, and I was something Kaznar, and I was, supposed to be a foreign diplomat, as part of whatever the show was. I can't remember the name of it at the moment. But in that show, they kept talking about Uzu. or ouzo. And so, being that there was a Greek community in Thomasville and some folks, so we did some inquiring while we were rehearsing. And, from about the start of when you really get into a show, you start about 6 weeks out. Get everybody reading the script and give an idea, and you meet a couple nights a week, and then you start working on the set and getting props and so forth. And then it gets a little bit more intense. But anyway, so while we're doing this, somebody says, "Oh, um, we've already agreed that at the cast party we're taking donations for a bottle of ouzo or whatever it was. Yeah, it was ouzo, and I remember it was a great big tall, kind of sort of slender, kind of like this kind of bottle. And I could be absolutely wrong, but I swear that's what it was like. And kind of frosty, frosted glass on the inside, but not on the out. Anyway, so we got to drink an ouzo at the cast party. And I want to tell you that people who were not normally, I don't know, they were acting in ways that they don't normally act. I mean, out of character. I mean, yeah, we all had, drank, and yeah, we all had this and that. But the ouzo, I'm here to tell you, did something. And the next day, we all kind of looked at each other and went, I don't know if I ever want to touch that stuff again. And to my recollection, it had a licorice kind of taste to it, sort of. Now, that could be wrong too, because it's been a good many years ago, 30 years ago or more. But I remember getting drunk on it. Hey, Max, how are you? Um, I pretend I'm drinking. I really feel the liquor sometimes. Oh, my imagination is very advanced. One of my favorite drinks to drink is a B-52. It's Kahlua and this. There's three different, and you pour it in layers, but you chunk it down. It's got the Kahlua. It's got that chocolatey stuff. Man, I would buy everybody around to B-52s. I'm like, come on, let's bomb it out, my brothers. Hey, Maverick, how y'all doing? It's good. Just Anise. I saw something go by. Is that what it was? Anyway, getting drunk on or ouzo. Oh my God. B-52s by Jamie. Yeah. Um, when I'd go to a sure enough bar, a liquor, and I wanted to get same to you, Max, if you're talking to me. I hope things have been going well in your world. I know there's some strange things out there that seem to be coming up, Max. In my own way of remote viewing, there's some strange things that seem to be not necessarily forecast, but some strange things out there in the future. Gorilla fart sounds nasty. Yeah, I see. I used to work behind a bar, and and I can remember how to do some drinks. So there were a lot of times we were doing. I used to videotape some of my friend Serge that passed away this last summer. At the local bar, we would come up with new drinks every weekend, and so anybody that came out to the bar Friday or Saturday night when we were in there tending, that we'd find some drink and we videotape some of them, and you lighten them and the glow and the alcohol on them and all that kind of thing. Max says, yeah, hell yeah, there is strange stuff out there. Yeah. Max, let me ask you simply, are you scared shitless or just worried? Because there's some stuff, I mean, there's a part of me that wants to be scared shitless, and there's another part of me that just says, you know, eh, was a weird blue light in Amsterdam, Prague. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Drinking can and often does attract passengers. Yeah, right. Yeah, my grandmother, Alex says, my grandmother's over 80 and she still doesn't need glasses. You know, I'm reading this, and there are some nights I'm like, I don't know, but I had prescription glasses years ago, and I went to this guy that I knew him, and you know, as well as he was an optometrist, and he said, "Can I tell you the truth?" He said, I'm farsighted in that, I'm or nearsighted, whatever it is, I can see off in the distance great." So it's only in whatever some kind of ocular thing that, it's up close and depending on how big everything is. Um, so it's like okey doke. But there are what I learned was the stronger the glasses I used, especially for prolonged periods, if I need to see something up close, I'll get a pair and then I'll take them off and use a weaker pair. So I've learned that after all these years, my glasses used to be stronger, and I would not have been able to read the chat room without glasses, and I can right at least tonight I can. So at 68 and a half, I'm like, well, I should be like squinting and, got great big glasses on, and I don't. And he told me, he said, if every time you say your eyes are getting weak or whatever, you're reading too much. And what you need is to take a break. And that was true. So it was how I was reading and the way I was reading and certain things anyway. So I changed my habits and got reading glasses. And ever since there, well, you should go to eye doctor. Why? I can see over there and I can see up the hill and I can see, shit in outer space. Well, why do I need to go to a doctor? All I need to, and thank goodness I don't have some kind of stigmatization or something. I know, several people with stigma, you know what I mean? And they just can't see without the glasses. God bless them. But anyway, y'all talking about something and I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, it's hard to trust doctors. It really is. But anyway, at some point, we're all going to have to trust them up to a point anyway, I believe. Um, so I got too many voices in my head at the moment. So I'm going to take like hi, everybody. I'm going to pretend I'm taking a break. And Max, just having a halfway conversation with you and you being in the house, plugged a couple of things in my head. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff out there for the future. Oh hell, I admit it. I mean, I'll be 69 in a couple of months. Screw it, I'm getting older. But I hopefully I'm like that fine wine. Of course, now I was vinegar for a while, but anyway. But I do know that what is coming up in the future, and speaking, and this continues on with my topic for tonight, and on a mission to save a stuck kitten. I'll be back, and I got 5 new kittens that I'm feeding now and taking care of. A couple of them are so damn cute. It's hard for me not to want to fall in love with them. I try my best not to get close to them. Oh my gosh, I don't. But anyway, two, white underneath and black and sort of a gray mix. Beautiful little cat. Anyway, um, so there's taking care of that too. You never know when there's going to be something added to the mix in the future. So we just, for me, it's just whatever it is, just adapt daily. I was not waiting for kittens to come out from under the shed kind of thing. Whoops, there they are. So, instead of being mad or ugly or wanting to drown them in a sack, we're going to deal with it, right? That's all there is to it. I'm not an age in years. I'm now a speed limit. Sammy Hagar says he can't drive. If I had my little Toyota running, it says 150 on the speedometer, and it will do it. If I had it running, I'd be out there, running the roads probably a little faster than I should be. I don't know, as far as racing, I've been racing since I can remember. Now, we didn't have any go-karts or anything. We weren't allowed that. But as soon as we got into cars and stuff, I got into racing. My grandfather, I found out later on by my granny that I always talk about, that he was a moonshine runner from Kentucky into Ohio. And one night he crashed a car and went down the next day and brought a brand new, Ford Packard or whatever it is. Grandma said, "Don't you ever never tell your mama and your Aunt Shirley." And to this day, I've never told Aunt Shirley that Grandpa used to run moonshine. But Grandpa, when he was alive, used to take me to the star car races and everything down in Tampa. The Speedway's not even there anymore. But we used to go to Golden Gate Speedway on the weekends, and he would talk about these drivers and stuff. Then I come to find out that he knew some of these guys up there, the Earnhardts and some of them folks. He knew some of them guys from the days of when he was running moonshine, because a lot of them early stock car drivers, guess what, were moonshiners. So I was like, holy crap, but Grandpa didn't live much longer than that, so I didn't get any more information. But the idea, though, that had Grandpa lived a little longer and I could have found out, and, man, because the basics idea of stock car racing is still like, I love it, And if you've ever driven a car in a race, then you get it even more. But we had a mountain lion roaming recently, but not so cute and cuddly. Somebody else was talking about lions and stuff, being around in the neighborhood. But I know, and I don't know if Max will agree with me on this, but I just know that there's some stuff that's coming up that's going to be some freaky stuff to a lot of people, and it's going to be interesting to see how they react, and whether it be about aliens or UFOs. But there's some stuff coming in our future. There's even for me, from what I've spotted, it's like I'm going to be surprised. So, and I don't think I'm a know-it-all by any stretch. Hey, Lady Court, how are you? Um, I used to want to know what the future was like all the time. I was obsessed with it. And then I realized that when it was coming too true, and I could see the things through other people's eyes, and I saw some of the torture and torment and stuff, I said, I don't want this. We ain't not seen nothing yet. It will get crazier before it can get better. I agree with you, Max, 100.1%. It's going to get strange. And, I know that you're with me on this too, Max, in that, we all need to just, I hate to say it like this, but we're going to have to suck it up. Whatever it is, we're just going to have to suck it up. If it's a flood, if it's bad weather, whatever it is, we're just going to have to suck it up for whatever the length of time is. And it might not necessarily, to some people, it's going to be very hard and trying and everything, but we're going to have to go through it. So I know my mission, when years ago they told me that I was going to be here after it. whatever it was. Yep, deal with it like a hero. Yep. We need to each be our own personal hero. I absolutely, that's a really good idea, Max. That's a good, thank you. I live in the now, but and I can't help it, but I've got squirrel. So I am the Boy Scout and always prepared. I got stuff in my house for damn near, I was looking, I've got rolls of adhesive tape, medical kind of tape kind of stuff. I got stuff I could make sutures with. I've got all kinds of different salves and things and potions and I'm like, I'm ready for any event. And with my knowledge, if I broke a leg, I could build a splint. I mean, I held a man's leg that had been cut off by a car accident. I think I can deal with something. I've sewed myself up from being cut. So it's like, but if you don't have the proper tools, so I've got bandages and things to make bandages. I mean, it's, and I was like, at some point, I thought that this was going to be really important. Up to this point, it's not necessary, but all the gauze pads are still good. All the tape is still good, and the iodine's still good. And just as a note for folks, something that you should have in your medicine cabinet or underneath or something is a bottle of Providine iodine white cleanser thingy. It comes in a big bottle, or most of the time a bottle about yay big, might be $5 or $6. Providine, or there's another name for it, but it's an iodine solution. And it's what they use when you go into surgery. When they cut you open, or like for me, I've been cut open so many times, and they did microsurgery on this knuckle when I was in prison. And the first thing they do is they clean it, scrub it out, and everything with Providine. Providine iodine. That's right. And so, but I'm here to tell you, you never know if something's going to happen, but it's good on the burn. If you have to put something, it's because it'll be cool. If you can't get anything else, or on a bee sting or something, or something that might get infected, the iodine's good, and we need iodine in us. So, but for all the cuts and things that I have done for myself, not counting all the surgeries that I've had on my body, I've had 3 on my neck. I've had 3 on my leg with this damn 18-inch long scar I got that they put in when they fixed my leg back in the day. Um, so it's like, and I mean this in a nice way, but some of you newcomers, back when I was in high school, it was just before my 15th birthday. I was playing football for Tampa Catholic High School, and I got clipped from behind. In other words, he hit me from behind, and it broke my leg at just above the kneecap in 4 places, and I watched my foot go past my helmet, and it landed twisted on my back, and I landed on my stomach. The last time I saw my friend in Tampa, he told me, he's an RN nurse at Tampa General, and he said, David, he said, I've never seen an accident as bad as yours, and you weren't in any kind of wreck. He said it was just, but Pete was standing right beside me when it happened. And one of the coaches ran on the field and saw it and passed out. They had to give him, I knew it was bad when I saw my foot go past my head, There's just something about that you don't forget. But in all of that, though, so as far as, I've been used to trauma. And I say that because now at my age of almost 69, I barely notice my knee. And because I have worked on it, I keep walking, not as much as I really should, but short distances down in the woods and back and so forth, a quarter mile, half a mile kind of thing. But I'm still walking. I'm still out in the yard playing kickball with Duggar, and where a lot of people had made bets that I would be in a wheelchair or using a walker by now. And I don't even use a cane much anymore. So, can we get better when we get older? My answer is yes. I've talked about the arthritis in my hands when I quit drinking out of plastic bottles. And the polymers over the years, the arthritis has gotten much better. My hands are sore, but they're not. I used to wake up just crying because it hurts so bad. So I'm here to tell you that, you can heal yourself by certain things and understanding certain things, and whether or not you believe you can get better. So I just never believed that my leg was going to get worse, because it couldn't get any worse. So all I could do is say, well, every day can get a little better. And I walk around now, and of course, one leg shorter than the other. My left leg is at least a quarter inch shorter than my right leg. So but I've adapted in how I walk. I walk on the ball of my foot, or my left foot, to compensate for the distance. So if I walk too much, it's sort of like, and I've got some scoliosis going on because of the difference in lengths of my legs. So, but understanding all that, though, after all these years, I can still get around better than some other people who didn't have an accident that was as nasty and severe as mine. I had they had to cut open my leg and put a steel bar in, and I was in a cast for over a year. So I understand about all these different types of things and whatever. And the thing about the plastics, my friend Serge, who was a biologist and a chemist and everything, he said, all these polymers, they get locked up inside us. They get locked up in our kidneys and our fatty tissues and all these other types of things. And I said, well, I gave up drinking out of plastic, not for the reason of arthritis, but because of plastics and what I see on the rivers and in the swamps and stuff. I just won't, I can do better. I don't want to be a part of that. So, but the result of not drinking out of plastic bottles anymore, like I did, my arthritis went away. Mostly, a little bit, but I'm 69 years old. So, there is a relationship in some of this stuff. Quilting plastic, quitting plastic and colloidal silver helped my inflammation. I called it pork chop fingers. So you've gotten better too by quitting plastic. Hey, Max, I'm here to tell people, if you're, my dear friend that I don't know what her condition is, but my dear friend was drinking 4, 5, 6, bottles of water every day when she had well water. And I was like, why are you? Well, it's just so convenient. I'm like, do you understand? You're a nurse, for God's sakes. Do you get it? And I would tell her, listen, and she would always complain about her arthritis and she couldn't move her fingers. And she used to help me build puppets, and she loves to sew and knit. She's like, I can't even hold the knitting needles anymore. And I'm like, quit drinking plastic, please. Anyway. But I noticed, and I continue. The esters in plastic make frogs sexually abnormal. Yep. I've talked about this before, but I'll explain it really quick here in about a minute or so. In the making of plastics, the plastic is heated up, and depending on the bottle, most of the plastic bottles are in what they call a blow mold. So they have this thing, there's this plastic, and they blow air into it to puff it up inside the mold. Okay. There are different methods but air. So they inject the plastics in and then hit it with a blast of air, and it throws the plastic to the sides of the mold, and then the mold breaks open. All right. So, but they don't send empty bottles to another factory. So they make the plastic right there, and whatever the liquid is, okay, the liquid then picks up the plastic that hasn't even really had a good chance to cool in a way. And so it off gases into whatever the liquid is. Pick one. So, and I've worked around plastics and stuff and molds and all that type of thing over the years, and plastics stink. I mean, they just will get on your clothes from just being in the plant. Okay. When I worked at Prestolite, you'd come home and your clothes would smell like Prestolite. It would smell like the wire, and you couldn't help it. And it lingers, let me tell you. But anyway, so, but when people don't understand what plastic does, and especially, They make the bottles, and then it goes, and then it gets made, and So the plastic weeps into the drink, and all those little tiny polymers or whatever are absorbed by the liquids. And if it's acidic in any way, it's going to suck them plastic little these little globules of plastic into the drink, and then you drink them, and then because they're unnatural, they get stuck in all kinds of organs. And as Max even says, um, Max says, I've gotten better over the years, but when it takes a little while, but within a year, I noticed that my arthritis was better, and I was taking all kinds of things for my arthritis. I mean, waking up in the middle of the night crying, it hurt so bad, and I just don't have that anymore. I don't have cramps in my hands the way I used to, simply because I quit drinking out of plastic. Now, I still drink milk out of a plastic jug, but it's also a different kind of plastic than what's water jugs and sodas. Okay, it's a different kind of plastic. It's still off gases, but I still get my milk. If they had glass or another container, I'd take it. But the common one is plastic. So I'm not totally plastic free, but close. Yeah, Deborah says, I remember how horrible everything tasted when they went to plastic bottles in about 1981. Yep. And Mountain Dew went for a little kick where, and they may still do it, but they were selling the original Mountain Dew that was absolutely in a bottle, like the old days when I remember Mountain Dew was Mountain Dew. And somewhere around here, I still have a couple of those green bottles, empty Mountain Dews. Max says he agrees. So he used to wake up screaming in pain. Yeah. So, take if you're still drinking out of any kind of plastic bottle for any damn reason, you can make a choice. There are choices. Okay. And if you start now, you will be better off, because whatever the plastics do, I mean, I think there are people who have weight issues, and that the fatty tissue has absorbed so much of these polymers. No matter what these people do, they cannot get rid of their body fat, because these polymers have adapted inside them and have gotten whatever. And until they dissolve, which they don't, yet they have to work out of the system somehow. So, but understand that the more you keep doing it, that you're not going to get better. Um, and take a little bit of wisdom from Max and I. And if you're still drinking out of plastic bottles, please, for your own self, to thine own self be true, choose another way. I've got aluminum cans that I drink out of. I'm my own water and stuff and things, and I've got some jugs that are more like for carrying water in, that I get water in. But as far as drinking water out of plastic bottles that haven't even leached their toxins yet, no. And so we're better off for it. Thank you, Max. I'm glad that there's somebody else out there that agrees with me on that, because there are a lot of people going, well, I don't know. Listen, whether you got arthritis now or not, it doesn't matter. Stop drinking out of plastic. If people started making the choices to stop drinking out of plastic and choosing other ways to get their water or their whatever it is, their beverages, stop it. And if we stopped it, and the plastic bottles were still in the shelves kind of thing, but all the cans and bottles and stuff were gone, people would go, well, wait a minute, maybe if we wrote to the companies and said, hey, well, why don't you do more bottles and returnables or something? And, because, plastic, oh, well, you can recycle it, but most plastic doesn't get recycled. But a bottle, even if it's glass, will return to the earth, even if it doesn't get returned to the bottler kind of thing. So, let's go back to now, I understand why they use plastic. because bottles are heavy. Okay, I know this. I understand it. I get it. But if they'll still cart beer around, I'm willing to pay an extra dime for a bottle for a soda than a plastic bottle. So as a consumer, you put it back in glass, I'll buy it. If you're going to leave it in plastic, I'm not going to buy it. You know what? I use stainless steel a lot too, Max. That's just a coinky dinky. I got stainless steel bowls that I eat out of a lot. Uh, that's interesting. My both of my mugs have stainless steel insets in them. Um, yeah, I drink too many sodas, and it's a convenience. And I'm like, but there are some days I don't drink them, and some days I'll drink two or three. Hey, Betty, how are you? Yes, plastic caused many women's breast cancer. Yep, I believe that too. And other issues, weight issues, and other issues. And some of these women that are friends of mine for a long time, I have not been able to convince worth an iota to put the plastic down or to ask for something else. They just won't do it. And you know, I go, well, look at my hands. See my hands. Remember, I couldn't make a fist, and and this. I've had microsurgery on this knuckle where I cut it on a meat saw when I was in the Hillsborough County Jail, and right down to the bone. It almost cut the tendon. I watched the surgeon put it back together. While I was chained to the bed. That was interesting. Um, I mean, it really was interesting, the setting and also his surgery. I was like, wow. He's like, hold still. I'm like, okay, what are you doing there? Shut up. And he's trying to sew my tendon back together, which he did. But so this finger's always given me a cramp ever since 1979, right? And in my old age, it doesn't hurt anymore. And it used to. It used to be that I could barely bend that finger, and now I can make a fist. I can bend it all the way down, and I did not used to be able to do that. I'm glad, Betty. Glad you're doing good. Hey, Attached, how are you? Copper is good to drink from. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, yep. It's expensive. Yep. And people have been using copper tools in their gardens too, but I have not been able to find anything that I could do that with. Deborah says, I picked up some from work. He works. Smells like burning plastic to me. I remember when restaurant smells made me hungry. Yeah, that's right. Hi, Attached. If I didn't say hi earlier. And something else in working with the food industry, my pops and uh, my adopted mother, she didn't accept me really as her son. So I go back to adopted mother with Bessie. But Arnie was a true pops, man. He was just, and they ran the cookhouse for like 17 years with the carnival. And then I helped my brother, and I worked in the cookhouse. So, and I worked in, with cotton candy and candy apples and all that too. In fact, I have a joint trailer that we made years ago, and then the business dropped out. I got a professional cotton candy machine and a professional popcorn popper. I mean, a great big one, with big, tall, and doors on it, and the whole 9 yards. Big kettle cooker on the top makes some boatload of popcorn, and really good too, man. But anyway, I make it as good as or better than what you get at the local movie house thing. Anyway, um, and I got a half of a bucket full of popcorn too. Kettle corn, yes, I've got some kettle corn mix it's sort of like a sugary, molassesy, brown sugar kind of thing. And you get the corn going, and then as soon as it starts to pop, it'll pop once, maybe twice, and then you pour in the amount of kettle corn stuff at the top. and it will melt in then as the popcorn finishes popping. So, but anyway, yeah, kettle corn. Yeah, buddy. I miss it now. And I'm the only one here. And the first batch is okay. But once you get the kettle going and you get that burn thing, it's not really burning, it's heated. And the second batch is always better. That I mean, you do them one right behind the other, but that second one is just a little bit tastier somehow. And I don't know what it is about that. But yeah, used to make a lot of. I used to go to different shows and things and do cotton candy, and I learned how to do cotton candy and make different colors. Guess what? You can buy this heavy duty, very special. And I still got some in it. It's like $35 for this little tin of cherry or strawberry or grape or whatever it is flavor. It is really concentrated. So when you want to make, you just use a little dip of this. You actually take a dip and put it in like 2 pounds of sugar and shake it up and look at the color. If you need a little more, or maybe add more sugar, but you can tell by the color of this concentrate. And so then when you dip the sugar into the cotton candy machine, it's got a heater in the middle that spins the hot sugar out. So you pour it in the middle there, and it mixes with the sugar. And as it spins, then you get the color, whether it be pink and you get pink because you don't put as much coloring in it. That's how you get pink. It should actually be more like red, but I digress. But anyway, so people were asking, well, do you have any blueberry? And it's like, no, so I went down to the local store and bought up packages of Kool-Aid. And so I could make any kind. If I bought up flavors of Kool-Aid of every kind, and did test batches, and we had lime green, we had blue. When you always have to run the one color out when you add the next, so there's always this blending. So I would get this lime green with a blueberry look to it, and it all swirled up, and it was like, oh my God, I had so much fun making cotton candy, but anyway, um, I know I'm still sitting here yakking about this, but these are all talents I possess, but at the moment, still, at least, I've got I still have the machines and the trailer and all that. But there's still, you know, no way for me to use that talent. You understand? But I still have it, and I still have the means to use it if that ever comes. I have to buy some new cones or whatever for the cotton candy. But that's not hard to do. They ship within 2 days. Um, but I've got over $1,000 worth of equipment just in those two machines, and they're not doing me any good. I thought they would make me money at the end of my life, but anyway, looking into keto. Some for some reason I know about keto, but I'm not sure. There's this stuff that I had years ago, and you would take it over a couple of days, and it's this nasty taste and stuff. Oh my God. And I would make a tea with it and use it and seep it and drink it. And you would drink it like two or three the first 3 days or something, then two the next 2 days. It was something like that. And over a 10-day period or 7 day. But anyway, oh my God, I did it years ago. And it was like, I don't know if I felt better or not. And this lady that was sharing it with me, she, oh, I feel so different. I feel so alive. But at the same time, she was an alcoholic. And we have to be honest about this. But I wasn't. And I was like, it's just making me feel strange. I don't know about feeling good, but I went along with it's supposed to cleanse you out and all this stuff. And it's like, It just made me feel weird. But anyway, I can't remember what the name of this stuff is. I'm sorry. Yeah, Burger King and burning plastic. There are things that are not supposed to be that are sprayed onto vegetables and things like uh, French fries. Okay. Also, some of the companies changed the oil that they're using. And for me, I've got several gallons of peanut oil. And if I'm going to deep fry something, it's going in peanut oil because different oils have different temperatures. And years ago, back in the early 2000s, if you remember back in the day, there used to be, two or three different kinds of oil selections. And, Wesson made a sunflower oil, and then there was a this kind of oil, and then there was a that. Now there's only two or three kinds. Peanut oil or, olive oil. Let's see. Sunflower oil used to be real popular, now it's harder to find than before. But sunflower oil has a really low frying point. So you want to fry something delicate and light with a low heat, sunflower oil. If you're going to deep fry something, use peanut oil. But anyway, the companies, I'm trying to think of the name of the uh, of the oil. Anyway, they started adding rapeseed oil and also cottonseed oil into this other oil that at the moment I can't think of. Um, so when Burger King and some of these places started getting, now they changed the rules of what the oil could be. Um, but anyway, to include all of these different, like back in the day, I worked in a cotton gin, okay? And the cottonseed was, and the oil that came off of it back in those days were not for human consumption. And now, if you read on some of these um, labels of what kinds of oils there is in there is rapeseed, and there are cottonseed oils in oils that you cook with. And if you're cooking with those kinds of oils and you don't know it, then it could smell like anything. But they changed the rules back in 2002 or three, somewhere in there, and to include these other types of seeds and different kinds of plants. And, coconut's okay, and these other oils are okay, but, you're going to add cottonseed into a, wait a minute, cottonseed's good for different kinds of oils and, that non-human consumption. Then all of a sudden, a bunch of people got together. They didn't tell anybody, but they just said, yeah, this is okay. You can start using this now for human consumption. But when I was working at the cotton gin back in the day, when I first bought this piece of property in the 80s, cottonseed was not for human consumption. What changed? You know? That's interesting, Max. He made a deal when he was young, but he was in front of a panel of beings, and the deal wasn't what he wanted now. Yep, just olive oil, coconut, lard. There's a name for the oil I'm thinking of, but I cannot think of what the oil is. But anyway, my point to you would be, if you think that all oils are the same, don't. Okay, look at the bottle, the jar, the can, or whatever the oil is in, if it's a liquid, And hydrogenated oil is bad for you. If you're still eating margarine, shame on you. That's another thing that I quit doing. I quit doing margarine. If I'm going to have butter, it's supposed to take like butter. It's going to be butter. It's not going to be a plastic solution of whipped up stuff that is unnatural. Okay. So, safflower, no, it's not that. Canola. Thank you, Doug. Canola oil is what I'm talking about. Canola oil back in the late 90s and early 2000s was a good oil. But canola used to be from a particular plant. And then they included other types of seeds, rapeseed and this seed, that seed, depending. So the canola oil that used to be good, that's the one, Doug. Thank you. That's the one that has not been worth a crap for several years. Don't do, and my friend Serge, who was a chemist and biologist and all that, he was like, don't do margarine. Just don't do it. Use natural butter. Oh, well, butter this, butter that. No, and we used to go into factories and he was telling me how they whip up the whip thing and how they hydrogenate the oils, and that the margarine is actually oils that they fake and turn it into yellow. And it's like, so no, if you want butter, buy real butter, period. Oh, it'll make me fat. Screw that. The polymers and crap that's in the margarine, and I think it tastes like butter, and you are being so fooled. I went back to just regular butter, and it's like, oh, yum, because you have no idea what's in that whipped stuff. Yeah, real butter, no butter. Yeah, grass-fed butter. But it's not the vegetable oil. It's the hydrogenated vegetable oil, which is what margarine is. Uh, um, some of the oil they did GMO with the canola, but the biggest thing that we saw, and having my friend Serge was worked for Davis Water and Waste, which builds wastewater treatment plants for municipalities. If you dump it in a sewer, it'll go through one of their plants. And so but one of the things was issues with oils at different plants and stuff. And here in Georgia, I traveled with him and went to several different installations who were industrial sites who were dealing with some really toxic shit. And he could precipitate it out of the water and make the water damn near drinkable. But we went to one plant and they were doing the oil thing, and then we found out through a plant that he was working on south of Atlanta somewhere. And he came home and he goes, man, they're making this hydrogen. He said, they've changed the canola. He said, we went into this whole thing and then did a little study. And sure enough, they included all these other seeds and plants as canola, and ain't no more canola in the man to moon. But anyway, hi, bye, Jamie. I hear grass-fed buttermilk cheese are rare in the States. The cows never run out to see the sun. Is that true? Oh, that's just not true. There are some small dairies around here, and their farmers, they're able to go out, and they don't pasture as much as beef cows. But they're let outside. They've got big feed lots and stalls and stuff. They are more corralled because they have to be brought back in. So they don't have to waste a lot of time in collecting the cows. But, in the small dairies around here, there were many back in the day, but them farmers, work day and night, and they're serious about what they do. And so they if they have to buy grass or feed or straw from somebody. But down here in the South, folks use ryegrass. And ryegrass isn't necessarily GMO. There's an old ryegrass that farmers have been, when the wintertime comes down here, they plow through the fields and they plant a winter rye. And sometimes they combine it up and sometimes they just turn it back into the soil for it being ryegrass for the nitrogen. And but as far as GMO, it's just like whatever they've been using for years. Now, could it be GMO? Maybe, but that's what most folks are feeding their cows and so forth with is the hay that a lot of these local folks do. They'll plant regular ryegrass out on their pastures and whatever, and maybe oats or some other, things. There's another word I can't think of it, but it's like an oat. But anyway, um, and they'll plant that, and so their crop is feed for somebody. That's why they grew it. It's not to sell for human consumption. It's specifically grown to make hay or feedlot or some corns. There are some guys that raise their own corn for their own cattle that they raise and or pigs or whatever else. And so they're corn fed, but they grow their own corn or from somebody locally. Now, there are the big corporations, don't get me wrong. Now, I'm talking about South Georgia and down here in Alabama and this area down in here. There's a lot of commingling. You know, some of the stuff that's grown down here never makes it to a major market. But if you go out there to Iowa or someplace where they've got, humongous acres of corn and such, where around here, 50 acres, 100 acres of corn, that's a lot of corn. And it may not be in the same field. So, there's 20 acres of corn here, 20 acres there, 50 acres, so there are plots of corn. There are plots of other types of plants and things. Somebody's growing like arugula or something down the road on the way into Coolidge. And then when you get into Coolidge, there's a strawberry farm. And I have learned, though, I've got my own strawberry farm here. But anyway, but in the idea of these things, though, only the great big farms or the farms that are on some kind of consignment. You got 1,000 acres that's planted in something, and somebody hires you to plant it and take care of it. And then when you harvest it, it goes to them. Where most of these farmers plant certain allotments, as they call them, and it goes to the local um, um, grain bin or dryer or whatever to store it. And then whatever the co-op is, and if you buy into the co-op, then you'll get the same price as everybody in the co-op, whether it be rice or corn or this or that or wheat or whatever. And if you're growing hay for feedlots and so forth, then the feedlot knows the farmer that's growing the hay. And he and the hay farmer they're friends because the guy that's doing cows, he wants the best hay because he wants the best milk. He wants the best return. And he wants the farmer whose fields he's getting his hay from to be growing quality, good hay, not something that's nasty So, a lot of people think it's, oh, well, this and that. Believe it. Now, you get out west, there's bigger farmers, there's bigger farms, but there are a lot of folks around here that will take a cow in. You can buy a cow and take it to a local slaughterhouse and they'll cut it up for you for so much a pound, you know or you can get goats, or you can go into some of these places that are local down here, local meat cutters and so forth, and somebody may have had a whole side of they may have had a whole cow, but they only wanted half of it, and so the butchers get the other half. So you get the benefit of a grain-fed local cow, um, because it's their profit from cutting up and doing anyway. So if you know where you're at and you know what you're doing and you pay attention to what's going around, you can find farmers that are growing stuff locally that are good, they're healthy. It's grain fed. The local meat department here, I don't buy from Walmart's or anything. These guys have been cutting their own meat for ever since I've lived here on this end of the county. And in fact, I can buy 5 steaks for $20, and I mean nice ones. And so I cooked me a steak in the thing earlier tonight, and with some teriyaki sauce on it, and a little bit of hot sauce for flavor, some fresh onion on top of it, and some fresh crushed garlic on it, and something else. But anyway, and 15 minutes in the toaster oven on broil. It was delicious. But to other people, they live in big cities, their communities, and things are different. I understand that. But if you really care about the quality of whatever it is you're eating, then you will learn to figure something out. you know some friends of mine that were here the other day, they come about once a month, and a group of lady friends of mine, we've known each other for years, and they come and check on me and how you doing with the house and you making any progress, and sometimes they help me carry stuff out for me. But anyway, they were like, well, I got this, and I was like, so here's the one who's also healthy, is eating a barbecued chicken and something from a fast food store, and this one's eating something and drinking a soda and a thing, and then and we had a this and a that, and we stopped. Well, we stopped by Wendy's, and then we stopped by this place, and and I can't remember the last time I went to a fast food joint, but they regularly eat out, and I'm like, there are things that I mean, I love Arby's, don't get me wrong, but once or twice a month is like plenty for me, but they're like eating out all the time. I wonder why they don't have any money. And so I eat at home. Yeah, I have my beef. I have my favorite beef patties or whatever. I don't eat, I quit eating chicken if you saw how they're raised around here, you just wouldn't eat chicken anymore. About the same with pork. I don't eat much pork either, but a good center cut pork chop once in a while on the grill is just, and I love my baby back, baby back, baby back. Meat's expensive here. Yeah, they have a thing called 5 for 20, and at the local store, and there's a couple of them down here, and so you can get 5 of whatever it is in the store. It might be a bag of rice, it might be a bag of potatoes, it could be a package of hot dogs, or whatever it is. They put a sticker on 5 for 20, and so each one of the steaks was over $4. Okay, so a I had in 5 steaks, it would have been over $20 that it cost me. But this is the thing that Duggar likes bones and he gets the fat. If I'm going to eat something, I want to know what it is. I want to be able to see the cut of meat, because I was raised with butchers and meat cutters, my father and so forth. And so I want to be able to see the meat for myself if there's anything tainted or good or bad. It ain't going to be some ground up stuff. It ain't going to be some, if you knew what them chicken chunks and how they made them, they take those chicken chunks and mush them through a thingy anyway, and then reconstitute them back together again. It's creepy. But if you really knew how they made some of this stuff, you would not fucking eat it. I'm sorry. I use the F word, but you would not fucking eat it. But anyway, so every one of us makes choices. A lot of people eat a lot of fast food, right? So I quit drinking out of plastic. I quit eating fast foods. And some of my friends, they're like, oh, I got a stomach hurt. Oh, when I ate fast foods in other places, I always had some kind of stomach issue. Since I only do fast foods once in a while, I make my own hamburger kind of things. And don't get me wrong, I still like a good greasy hamburger once in a while from the store, but yeah, no McD or Burger King for me either. The Wendy's does make good salads. Now, I go to Arby's because they slice their meat, and I know that it's meat. It's not a ground up something or rather. And I just love the what most people call them as gyros or heroes. That's Greek, and they actually started having the heroes made out of true with goat meat, and I was like, "Ooh, now that's interesting." But anyway, so I just like it with cheese on top and the salad and the meat and the thing, you know. But anyway, but I like to see the meat. I want to see what it is, you know. And so I've been a fan of Arby's for quite a long time now because it's not the same as eating at these other quote hamburger joints. It's just not. So, but anyway, Betty, no fast food for me, no plastic. Yep. Green tea. Yep. Gazo, we don't need to eat meat. Being a vegetarian used to be a meat eater. Make sure it's organic meat. I'm trying to reduce it only a couple of times a week. Yeah, here in my later life, for some reason, and because it's so easy, and Duggar likes the bones. I always pick a piece of meat with a good bone in there, and he had him a good steak bone tonight for dessert kind of thing. Oh, we missed a 20 or almost. Yeah, we did. But anyway, so for whatever reason, you know, I've eaten more. Well, the steaks are so damn cheap, and they look so good, you know, and the cut's good. It's hard for me not to spend $20 now. I can buy five of them. And, you know, so in a week's time, in 7 days, and it's usually more like 10, I spread them, those five steaks over 10 days. I can cut them up into pieces and put it in with scrambled eggs. I can make a stew out of them. So it's not just that it's a steak, you know, it's a piece of something I can cut up and make a stew or whatever, right? And well, I don't have to have meat every meal, but for some reason, and I used to be a pretty good, decent vegetarian, let me tell you. But being with just vegetables here in my last years just don't fill me up right for some reason. And I don't eat a large quantity of anything, but the vegetables just don't do it for me. For some reason, I need the protein. I need, I, you know, I don't eat large, heavy meals. Um, Bone marrow on toast. I have not done that, Max, from lamb. See, now I haven't had much lamb either. But to the point, though, of all of these things, you know, I scrambled up uh, a bunch of eggs for the cats and the kitty cats because you know their mouths are easier to chew. You know, so I scrambled them up some eggs and fed them too, and give you some sugar. All right, uh, but. Is a great big one. Anyway, uh, but the idea though that our diets do change, but I always try to make sure that I don't take too much of any one of those things. What's your take on those plastic water filter pitchers? I got a pure one. Um, by the time you use them a couple of times, the fact that they're made out of plastic won't bother you so much, and the filters really will filter out stuff. But there's also ways that, you know, for what those filters cost, you can get your own distilled water. You can make your own. But anyway, and if you live in a city, it depends on where you're living and what the deal's going on. If you got rust or something like that, or, you know, absolutely. But um, where was I going with that? The ones that I've seen work pretty well. The ones with the activated charcoal, you know. Um, I I don't have one at the moment. I was filtering out all the clay in my water until I realized that people were paying good money for clay that's in my water. And so now there's clay in my water and it tastes very minerally when you drink it. But I've oftentimes wondered because I used to have kidney issues and I don't anymore, knock on wood. Um, So I don't know. I got a shallow well that's only 22 foot deep, dug it mostly, me and others. Um, and it's in two different kinds of clay. And that, I don't know how it does it. It goes through two filters to get to my tap, and there will still be particles of clay in the water. But I think I'm getting my minerals. Yeah, I have cotton candy. Strange thing happened and had MRI recently. Woke up, smelt burnt toast. Yeah, cod liver oil. I don't like that either. No, but I have taken some krill oil, and interesting. And also to you all, for various reasons and things over the years now, with having cold sores, I'll leave it at that. But other people who have cold sores and related, um, that to take the vitamin L lysine would help in that, and pimples and just kind of minor stuff. People say, no, that's just bullshit. Well, let me tell you that I've been using L-lysine for years, and my incidence of cold sores, my incidence of other issues. And then a few months back, probably well, yeah, maybe it was last year, I guess now, because this is May, was that L-lysine was known, if you took it, just one a day kind of thing, and not in particular, but that you included it in, that you would not be susceptible to the C19 thing going around. That was one of the natural things that you could do, along with zinc and magnesium, and So I keep all those things in my diet, and B12 and so forth like that. But I don't know. I know that I can be healthier, but it's only because it's like how bad my body's been beaten up that I try to be healthier. It's not that I feel sick in any way. I haven't had an upset stomach in so long, knock on wood, I don't have one. But, or I haven't had the runs or anything like that. Me and the dog kind of eat sometimes, out of the same bowl um, but anyway, um, to a lot of other people, they would have been sick and had, diarrhea and all this. And I haven't had any of those issues in so long. I mean, in years. I don't mean like months or weeks, I mean in years. And I used to have problems all the time. So, for those folks who don't think that if you think you're getting sick and you stopped it or whatever, and, you know, by not doing all of those things, and this is over the last 5 years, easy. I haven't had it's not just because of the COVID thing that no, for me, the test goes on longer than that. But the idea that I haven't had any kind of upset stomach or any kind of sickness like that, stomach related, were used to be common for me, is like, so what's different? I still eat stuff out of cans. I still cook my own stuff. I don't use a microwave at all. You know what my microwave? Pooey, say that 3 times quick. You know what my microwave is good for? Three, two, one. Holding up my toaster oven. That's the sole purpose of my microwave, is to hold up my toaster oven. And that's it. I haven't used my microwave in years. And if somebody goes to use it, I go, don't you dare. Don't you turn that thing on in my, but it's sitting right there. I want to use it. Don't care. It's unplugged, I think, but no, you're not using the microwave. Um, so where other people toss stuff in, water and whatever, and tea in the microwave, no. Now I have gas versus, excuse me, good thing you can't smell it. No, I'm kidding. I have propane gas for cooking versus electric. Now I do have my little electric toaster oven. That's different. But as far as cooking something, so I can put some water in a pan, and in just a minute or two, it's hot. Versus, well, nothing happens to the water in a glass of ticket. Listen, I'm sorry, microwaves are easy and all this other stuff, but since I quit using the microwave, I stopped doing the plastic thing. I stopped eating out at all the fast foods and cut that down. My health has gotten better, by just that kind of stuff. Well, I'll pop it in the microwave for a minute or two. I don't. Well, but it's so convenient. Yeah, but I'd rather just go ahead and turn on the stove and heat the water that way. And if I want another cup, I've got 2 cups of hot water now, and it won't take but a second to heat it back up. Well, I'll pop it. No, I don't pop nothing in the microwave no more. And I used to use it all the time. So does that make a difference? I don't know. But in those things at my age that I don't do or don't do, I don't use the microwave anymore. You know? So for whatever that's worth, kind of looks like 420 backwards. I get you. I'm and I just reloaded just for the hell of it. But anyway, happy Mother's Day, Michelle, and all of you all out there. Thank you, Max, for hanging out with us tonight. Russia's banned the microwave in 1970s. For whatever it is, back in the day, I was like, it don't hurt you. And then I went through a phrase like, nah, I ain't going to use it, to cook meals, but I would still heat stuff up with it, right? And then, you heat, spaghetti up in something, and you can't get the color of the spaghetti out of the pan ever again, unless you soak it in 2 tons of bleach. So I was like, and then I started learning more about plastics, having worked in plastics factories. Um, my job was more with making the molds and then actually working on the line producing the molds. I mean, producing the bottles or working with the plastic directly. But I have worked directly with plastics on different types of extrusion plants and so forth as the lead man with plastic. So you always come home with it smelling on your clothes. And after all the plastic fumes, just, in heating it up to make whatever it is that they're going to make with the plastics, every plastic has a different temperature, draw point, and that kind of thing, every mixture of plastics. But when you just stop and say, well, when you work it, live around it, see it, or I don't know, experience it, where other people just say, whoa, it's just plastic. Yeah, but and since there's so much of it, but what really kicked me in the groins was how much plastics I found down on the river in these huge piles of junk. And I just said, okay, let it be a glass bottle. Yes, it's garbage, but the glass will still be glass in 100 years, where the plastic will turn into tiny little polymers that will literally go out into the ocean and will clog up um, sea life. It's like it swallows the krill. It never goes away. It never goes away. So no matter what the waterways are, if a bottle has decomposed somewhere along the bank or something and released these polymers into the water, they're getting stuck in lakes, and they've been finding these things in the Gulf of Mexico and the big piles of garbage in the Pacific. And there are other places where there are big piles of garbage. So I just said to myself, if I don't gotta have it, it might have plastic on it, but I usually have fires down here. No, I'm down here, but I planned this. I'm burning stuff. It ain't going to a landfill so that it can turn into a polymer. I'm gonna set fire to it and chemically burn that shit. So there might be some black smoke and smell nasty for a minute or two, but it ain't going into the environment as just decomposing pieces of plastic and polymers. I'm going to change its chemical composition because I can. Now, not everybody has that, opportunity. But I'm also careful about what, plastics they're buying, what it's packaged in, and some stuff you just can't get away with. You just can't. Okay. And other stuff is like, I have a choice. But, so I control what I can and I pray for what I can't. Well, I got this thing, I particular kind of, sausage dogs that come in a package. At least the package is thin, they're versus that or anyway. But we do the best we can. So at 3.5 hours of hanging out, no microwave. I believe it makes a difference. I used to feel that microwave. Yeah, I think a lot of people say, it don't make no difference. But there's certain people that I know who have weight issues. And it's not that they overeat or sometimes they eat the wrong foods, but not to give them the weight issues that they have. And I believe it's because and then they exercise, they do programs, they walk. So it's not that these folks are lazy, but I think what it is that there has been within their overweightedness, there are all these polymers and things that have gotten attached to the cells. And it ain't coming out unless it gets liposuctioned out. And I mean, I don't mean to be mean or rude or anything, but I mean, there are some people who have big, saggy arms. That shit ain't coming out unless you suck it out. I don't care what you do. And now it will wear out if you stop doing all these things. But if you continue in life, these folks will go into the gym to get rid of the saggy baggies. And they're really working on it. And I love them, but they're drinking out of plastic bottles while they're sitting on the bicycle, you know? And and they got a snack in a plastic thing, but they're drinking out of a plastic bottle. I'm just going, and they wonder why they can't get rid of the fat. And I honestly, there's several people who I know very personally, and I have discussed this with them, and no, it ain't that, Dave. Then how come you can't get rid of it? Well, I've always been this way, but but how come you can't get rid of it? Well, you've taken everything. You've had stomach stapling. You've done this. You've done that. But how come you can't get rid of certain types of body fat? I wish you would look at your current state of what you're doing. Too much plastic all the time. Da 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 da. I'm doing better. I don't have those issues. I used to weigh 250. I lost weight. I'm 170 pounds ish kind of thing at the moment. I actually haven't weighed myself recently, but I need to exercise more than I do. But me and Duggar go out and take our walks and stuff, so it's not like I'm constantly in the house or I don't do anything. I know I'm more active than some people I know my age, and less active than some other people that are older than me. So, um, but I refuse to give up. So, but for other people though, and the health issues and stuff, if they would honestly believe some of us that have stopped, Max is gone. Okay, we love you. Thank you, Max. Always. And fasting properly, attached. Uh, but see, attached. My point is that my friends have done that, and this fat does not come off. It does not burn. It stays right where it's at, is my point. And but they can, no matter what they do, but they continue with the plastics and things. So, but they do their best. It depends on the person, the time of year, and what their they achieve. For me, it's sort of like I kind of live on light fasting. Like say for the whole day today, I've had I don't know how much that steak weighed, but a nice piece of meat, this big, yay thick. There's still half of it in the oven. So I'll eat a couple of pieces now and have a little something with it. I made some peas and beans yesterday with some a little bit of smoked ham hock in it to give it some extra flavor. Different things. I made my own homemade smashed potatoes and with some homemade gravy out of the juice from the meat that I cooked. But where I'm heading with that is a lot of times, I'm fasting almost every day because I don't eat large meals. I'll get hungry and I'll maybe make something and make a meal, but then for the rest of the day, that might be it. Or I'll have a cookie or a cracker or a snack with the dog. But then um, I find it easier to control my weight that way. But now there are times when I will just have, like, if I cook the steak or a stew like the night before, I'll get up in the morning and I'll take a couple of bites of stew, you know, and I'll warm that up in a little bit and I'll eat it, al dente cold. And then I'll come back to it later on and I'll heat it up and I'll have me a bowl and share it with the cats and the dog. You know, and then if there's anything left after that, then depending on what I do, but I might go back in for a midnight snack and just take a big spoon and have me a couple of big spoonfuls of whatever it is that I've made, spaghetti or stew or whatever it is, right? So I don't eat real heavy all at one time. Where I used to sit down and, eat two big plates full of food, dessert, coffee, bread, I just don't do that anymore. I couldn't do one plate, now. So my stomach is shrunk up. But at the same time, if I'm hungry, I eat, so it's not like, but there are some days though, as far as a fasting, at my age and because of my internal issues, I can't go 3 days without eating something. Okay. I can't do it just 3 day water, but I can do 3 days with very light snacks. A sandwich here, a piece of cheese, something like that. Because my blood sugar kind of thingy. So I have to keep a little something going on, but I can eat very lightly for a week. I mean, I spent 3 days on the river when I had that incident with the canoe and my back several years ago. And I couldn't get off the river for 3 days. And me and the dog lived on two chocolate, uh, the fudge rounds, the Little Debbie fudge rounds. And I think I had two of the little, whatever kind of, Little Debbie bars, that I could stick in my pocket. And that was all we had for 3 days. So I have been through fast and extreme temperatures because it was in the hundreds that summer. It was in dog days August. And so have been there, done that. And it's like, okay, if you're going to go on a water diet, please don't do distilled water. Stay away from distilled water. Anybody? If you want water, then get mineral water. Get something that isn't just tap water from somebody's business. I remember there was a place up on the North Carolina, and I can't remember if it was the Georgia border or actually it's Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. And I think it was between South Carolina and North Carolina, but right up in there, I think it was in North Carolina, was this little plant, and it was a bottling plant, and there was a local municipality, And they literally just filled up the water in the bottles and everything, and they just bottled it from the water right there. There was no filter, there was no, and they sold it as mountain spring water, you know, and it was from the municipality up there. But anyway, I've had some of the water; it was tasted good, but all these people were like, "Ooh, like this is the bomb." No, I went to the place where they, in the mount at the mountain. It's just a spigot there. Guys, I'm telling you, oh, it's some special. No, it ain't. It's just water from a place. Okay. And all kinds of contaminants can get into places. And so just because it's from the mountains, don't mean that it's clean. I'm just here to tell you, you know. Um, from what I learned about water over the years. And if you drink 8 to 10 glasses of water a day, then there isn't as much room for food. Plus, the food you do get gets dissolved easier. Again, depends on the water. Um, yeah, by Jamie. I'll rarely eat breakfast. One good meal, fresh garden, and occasionally meat. Yeah, yeah. Don't do tap water unless it's your own well. Like me, I got my own well water. So, but at the same point, I have two 1,000 gallon. So I have 2,000 gallons of water and rainwater. And I've been using rainwater now for, I don't know, I quit thinking about it because I've got three different filters on my well, but from the well to here. And I don't know where I'm still getting the clay from, but it clogs up my coffee machine. Okay, that's my issue. So I've been using rainwater in my coffee, and me and Duggar, and the water tastes great, but it's rainwater. And some of that water's been stored in that tank now for, it filled up a couple of years ago. So the water in there is kind of old because I don't really recycle it. If I drain it down, which I do, it just fills back up. So it hasn't had any recent contaminants. And in my knowing and understanding about water, anything heavy will sink to the bottom. And they're great big plastic storage tanks. But there's this much from the bottom of the tank. So anything, quote, heavy will have sunk down below where I get my water from, if that makes sense. But anyway, it hasn't made me sick. It hasn't clogged up my coffee pot. People have had, uh, coffee here at my house. They go, man, that's a damn good coffee. But it's like, yeah, you got well water. Yeah, well, it's rainwater. But I'll just go with I'll just, I'll just go with the well water. Yeah, so I'm drinking rainwater. Yeah, ain't that coffee good? But anyway, so everybody to their own thing. And, I know I'm weird and crazy, but since I have come back to nature. Yeah, well, the skies are polluted and the rain, and we don't know what's in the clouds. That's all very true. But that same rain is falling on the ground that's percolating down into my well. Eventually, I mean, I'm just saying. So, but if it was going to kill me, I think I'd be dead. Uh, and like I used to have kidney issues, I don't anymore. I used to have stomach issues, I don't anymore. So if it's the rainwater that's making me feel better, okay. I'm still getting, clay out of the water, from my well, but so there are people who would say what you're doing is going to kill you, and I think what I'm doing is keeping me alive. In my own craziness. So, but anyway, you know, welcome to Dave's place, pink salt and vitamins. Yeah. Vasquez, all Oregon used to have spring water that tasted amazing. Yeah, yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. I think the idea of distilled water, if people really understood what distilled means and the purity of the water, is this: that water will suck up everything. That's why they want distilled water to be used in certain things, because there's nothing in it. So, but here's the thing: too much distilled water in the body will suck out the good stuff in you too. So do not, please, Jesus, I hear y'all talking about distilled water. I I lived with a gentleman, neighbor, so forth, traveled with him, been around, who knew his shit. He was known all over the world for what he knows about water. And I'm here to tell you, stop drinking distilled water on a regular basis. If you're leading a clean life, you should only do distilled water if you're going to do a cleansing. And after you've done the cleansing, if you've led a good life, then you don't need to cleanse again. You're going to over cleanse yourself, and you're going to detoxify your own self by continuing on with the distilled water. I'm sorry, you can disagree with me all you want to and continue with what you're saying and what you're doing. Okay, I understand that. But when you understand truthfully about distilled water, you should seriously reduce its use. Mineral water is what you want. You want to replace the minerals, and the water will normally automatically take out other toxins. So, but if you use distilled water, it's going to take everything out of your system. All the stuff that's some of the, even the good stuff. Buyer beware. I knew this man for going on 30 years. And so here's to you. Now, to take a little bit of water and make your own solar still is something that people should learn to do. And for example, now this is just an example. You build yourself a box, and it doesn't have to be any more, and it doesn't have to be any thicker, really, than this cigarette pack. So, and you make it as big as you want to, right? Or as small as you want to. Now, the water is going to come in at the top, and you're going to have some type of cloth, preferably a dark cloth, on on the bottom of your box. Okay, so you can build the box out of plastic, you can steel, wood. Don't use any treated wood, but wood, any kind of wood, cedar or something, or and anyway, um, and so then at the top, if you use glass, plastic, anything that is clear enough. And so you don't want to make this too thin, but you don't want to make it too thick. So a piece of 1x4. So you could make a box out of 1x4 and put some, what has been normally used is a dark burlap. Well, burlap in and of itself is a dark brown, but a black burlap, and you line it on the bottom of the piece of ply, whatever you use in there. So you put the water, seal it off all the way around, put your glass on it, and then you bring the water in at the top, and it's in a piece of pipe that goes all the way across. It's just a piece of plastic pipe with holes in it, and so that it acts like a drain and gets on the cloth. Now you set it out in the sun, and what happens is As the water gets heated, it will evaporate and collect on the plastic on the inside of your box. So your water comes in and it's hanging out on this black material, and as it heats up, depending on where you're at, the time of day and all that, the water evaporates and hits the glass, plastic, whatever you're using, and then will drain down because of gravity. And you under on the inside, you have it to where when it runs down the inside of the glass, it hits a trough and comes out, and you collect it. So there's no moving parts. Once you build it, you don't even have to replace the cloth inside unless it's just really nasty, because it's not necessarily the cloth that is it holds the gunk, but because different things evaporate at different rates. So any benzenes or alcohols or something will vent off quickly. And water will, being the heavier, will turn into steam. It will still rise and it will still collect and run down, on the inside of the glass. So it depends on how much water that you need, how the heat of the sun and all that, but it's still the same. So on a really hot day in the summertime, it could make you a hell of a lot of distilled water, where in the wintertime, no sun, you're not going to get any, right? But it's very simple. You can build it as elaborate as you want, or as big as you want, or as small as you want, and play with it, test with it. But as a survival guide, one of the things that's been in a couple of movies or something, somebody was, dying of thirst and they had no way to filter water, but they were like right next to a swamp. Well, here's how you do it. You dig a hole in the swamp, okay? As deep as it is, and if you can keep the muck from filling it back up, and put a cup or something right in the middle of the muck, put it on a stone or something, and then put a piece of plastic on top of it. And what they used to do is put a penny on the middle of the plastic. Okay. So you round hole, so big around, you got some kind of, it could be a half a coconut. Okay. Whatever it is that you're going to use for a cup. And so what it does is, as during the heat of the day, the water will evaporate, much like on the steam in your shower, okay, hits on the curtain, the shower curtain. So there's this penny that folds makes an oval, not concave, convex, anyway. So but at the point of the penny, the water will come out of the ground and as steam and collect on the plastic and then drip into the cup. It's clean water. You say, well, I don't know, but if it's just swamp water, there's nothing in the swamp water that will evaporate that would go with the water and would end up being back in the cup. So you say, if there's water anywhere nearby, and no matter what it is, you can filter out the garbage and the gunk and stuff like that. But you can dig a hole in the ground and put a cup in the bottom, like I just said, and a piece of plastic on top. And it doesn't even have to be clear plastic, but it helps. And just let Mother Nature do its thing. You might not get much, but if you don't have any water, it's better than nothing. Dig a couple of holes, you'll figure it out. But so there are ways to get clean water that if you live right next to a swamp, which I do, I know how to get clean water if I ever run out. I'm still good. Anyway. But distilled water, for what it is, because of what they use it for in chemistry, you don't want to continuously put that in your body. Because here's the thing, if you're seeking balance, then clean yourself out and then stay clean. You shouldn't have to go keep doing it. It's the purpose of this. Now, you might have a point where you're feeling sluggish and blah, 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 and you go, well, okay. So you go do one of those sessions with the distilled water. But if you're doing like I'm doing it all the time, a regular time, and doing that, please reconsider. I love you. I can, I worry for your health, and I know that people have their, varying degrees on this. So I'll leave it at that. I miss my friend Serge because if he was here with you, if he was still here, I'd be having a conversation about water, and he would be able to, because he was the water dude, man. I mean, from all over the world, people knew him from his knowledge of working with water and chemistry. He was the dude, let me tell you. But anyway, pleasure to know him. And he taught me a lot about drilling wells and stuff. And he used to work for the DuPont company and was on the cutting edge back in the days of reverse osmosis. He knew all about the reverse osmosis stuff, grew up with it, graduated with it, went to work for the DuPonts. And so, but anyway, amazing career the man had. I knew him for almost 30 years. Well, yeah, 30 years easy. Almost 40, actually. But anyway, Survivor man. Yeah, in learning stuff, I don't know where I don't know where I picked up some of this stuff. I think it just because I had some really cool scoutmasters back in the day when I was a Cub Scout and a Boy Scout. These guys were old, tough guys. Some of them from the World War II, some of them were from the Korean War, and a lot of them had been in the army or something, or and they just knew tricks and stuff. It was like, man, when we was wherever we was at. Now, this was before the Vietnam War. In Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts, we were just getting into Vietnam War good. So these were World War II veterans more so. But some of these guys were in the South Pacific, and they were like, man, we'd take some of that jungle water and make one of these little things, and it wasn't much, but it was better than drinking that jungle water. So, but anyway, there are people who've known how to get pure water, if you will. One of the things that Serge I remember him telling me, and I did some other research on it too. Take a 5-gallon bucket of sand from just sand. And if you slowly filter it, what comes out the bottom is going to be pretty good to drink. It's going to have to be, if it's chemical water or oily or something, maybe not so much. But if it's just got mud and stuff in it, and you want to get clean water, then run it through about 2 foot of sand. And that will clean most stuff. So if you're in a pinch and you're somewhere, you got some water, but there's a bunch of sand, then get your container, fill it full of sand, and just slowly pour your water through and let it seep out the bottom. And whatever comes out should be better to drink than drinking it straight out of the swamp. I would still look for wiggle tails and anything that might have come through, but you're probably better off than none, and if you're in a survival situation, take the water at the bottom of the sand, you know what I mean? So, but anyway, and of course, if there's any way that you can heat your water that will kill any local organisms kind of thing. But I have drank out of streams before in the mountains. I've tasted water in the rivers and stuff, just to see, because you can tell if there's phosphates or whatever in the water by, a little bit of taste. And, of course, I haven't gotten a canteen full, but, I've had water in my mouth from swimming and all that kind of stuff. Ain't died from none of it or gotten any kind of, gotten the runs or anything. So, but at the same time, I would not just go drink straight out of the river. Okay. I would heat it at least, because of all the other contaminants and stuff from the farms around here. But it looks clean, it feels clean, smells clean most of the time. Especially right now, it's beautiful. Oh my goodness, it is beautiful. Wish y'all were here. Dr. Richard Allen Miller worked for Old Man DuPont. Yes, I consider, and although we've never spoke or talked, I consider to him from all the stuff he's talked about, I consider him to be um, uh, a blood brother. Although we've never met, I've listened to him countless hours, and I'm like, yeah, he's right about that. He's right about that. Yeah, we talked about this, and he's brought up stuff, and I go, oh yeah, that I had not considered quite that far, but in some of my I'd go, yeah, he's right about that too. Like, and he's a card, and he's probably pushing 80 now. Yeah, Dr. Ram. Yeah, mix a bit of carbon and charcoal in the sand if you got it. Yeah. And that's one of the things that you can do if you've had a fire. You can, clean the ashes off and take, a piece of wood, and pine's not so much, but although pine won't hurt you, but pine, if you all you got to burn is pine for charcoal, and the water's going to taste a little strange. It ain't gonna hurt you. It tastes a little like turpentine, but and turpentine is not is good for you. So, but anyway, um, but if you've got some oak and some other woods, hardwoods, kind of thing that you're burning around your fire, and you wake up in the morning, there's a couple of pieces with, some black charcoal on the end, so you take that and chip it off, and that's charcoal. Okay. Well, what do you mean? Well, you talk about charcoal filters and stuff. I mean, you burn the wood to get the water out of it, and it leaves the charred coal. Okay. So if it has burned and it's black like that, then that charcoal is good. You can actually eat it if you've got an upset stomach. Take a bit of that charcoal and eat it. Dust off the dust, but it ain't going to hurt you. It ain't going to kill you. And if you need charcoal for your filter, then make your own with the types of wood that you will find in whatever area that you're in, hardwoods preferably. But if you're somewhere else, then use what you got. But keep those charred ends and just anyway. They make charcoal in different ways. Make a fire and then cover it over with sand and all that kind of thing. But if you understand that a burnt log, that's smoldering in the morning and it's black all around it, that's charcoal. So you don't have to bury it in the sand and do all these extra things. So you can put a stick in the fire and burn it some until it turns black, and you got charcoal. Scrape it off and put it in whatever container, And if you've got, I've always got 5-gallon buckets. If I'm going camping, I got some 5-gallon buckets for water, for sitting on, for pooping in. I mean, I got 5-gallon buckets around the house. If something goes, no, I've got my own toilet that I can flush, differently and other people. But to the point though, if I didn't have my toilet facilities for some reason, I'd be going outside and outside with my poop bucket, and taking care of it that way. If it got that bad. If I go, there are some places I go camping. I got a 5-gallon bucket that's all it's good for. It ain't good. But if I need river water though to put out the fire, I can use the poop bucket. I mean, there's things you can do. You can sit on it if you're not pooping on it, or if you don't need it. But so there are things that I've just learned, that are a requirement for me, like some 5-gallon buckets and some couple of things. I don't need many utensils because I can cook right on a fire or whatever and make do, but I need some 5-gallon buckets for carrying water and stuff. I'm just saying, I would forego a lot of stuff before I'd give up a 5-gallon bucket. that's that's interesting for me to say. I watched this English guy. He's ex SAS, and he said you can get contaminated water, give yourself an enema, and your body filters it. You just got to hold it in. Yeah, I bet. I bet. Oh my God, Gaza. Wait a minute. Oh, somebody just have a birthday? Happy birthday, Lady Court. Yeah, I need to say the charcoal. Thanks for a reminder. Yeah, and different kinds of wood make different kinds of charcoal. So, but If you're into it just for filtering stuff, and I mean, now for me, I bought charcoal from the store, but I don't get anything that's like a self lighter. I just want plain old charcoal. I don't want lighter fluid in it or anything like that. I want just charcoal. I'll start the fire myself, kind of thing. Because you can use that same charcoal as a filter. Okay. You can leave it as chunks. If you got it, you can pour your water. You can mash it a little bit because it's gonna. Once you pour the water on the charcoal, it's gonna get mushy. So, but if you have a layer of charcoal and a layer of sand and a layer enough, the ideal situation would be to have sand, charcoal up towards the top, a layer about maybe an inch, inch and a half, 2 inches thick, if you can get that, in a 5 gallon bucket now, okay? And then sand on top of that. So the sand is to keep the charcoal packed, and the sand will help distribute the water through the charcoal versus it just running through the charcoal and missing. So, but anyway, for those folks who never thought about this, this is actually kind of sort of some really important information I'm taking onto you. But, you know, I do have a couple of 5 gallon buckets with holes in the bottom. But I've not been in, if I'm going camping somewhere, I have um, a, it's a 5 gallon gasoline can that I've only used for water. So I put 5 gallons worth of water in that thing. And plus, a gallon over here and a canteen or something, so there's other water. And I can, that 5 gallons, I can get by with a gallon of water a day. And, now that's really strict. Now that's if I've got a lake or a stream nearby that I can sort of wash dishes in and clean up and stuff. But, as far as drinking and coffee and all that, I can easy a gallon a day, not a problem, as far as camping. But I always try to look for a water source for the other reasons. So people that you have to have all this water to survive and everything. I spent 3 days on the river in August with temperatures over 100, and didn't have a gallon of anything to drink for those 3 days. So this idea that you're going to die and everything and you'll dehydrate, you could, but will you die? Not necessarily. Just saying. And I'm just saying, I still don't know how I made it through those 3 days. I know the spirits helped me, but I still don't know how I made it through those 3 days. But anyway, but see, here's the thing though, I do know it's possible. And so, well, can things get tough? Yeah. Well, you're going to be thirsty. Yeah. We used to, when we were Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, we used to take a penny. Back then it was a real copper, but you take a penny and put it in your pocket. And when you got thirsty, you sucked on the penny. Now, little did any of us know that the copper would actually probably do us some good. But, there are our scoutmasters and whatever, the old timers go, put a penny or two in your mouth, boys, and just suck on that. That'll get you through till we get back and we can get water or whatever it was. And it's like, it works. And if you don't have a penny, if you're near a stream or something, or pick up a rock and wash it off, spit on it, blah, 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 and suck on a rock. Be surprised at when, oh, I'm so thirsty, where a penny or a rock in your mouth to help create saliva or whatever will get you through. It's interesting. So, but here's the other thing too. That's provided that you're relatively healthy. And one of the things that I have, tried to help people understand about this thing about water, there are some people who are drinking too much water. This 8-10 glasses every day and all this stuff, that's bullshit. It's just bullshit. You're draining even the good stuff out of your system. It's bullshit. Don't do it, But anyway, I know people are on this water kick, and I probably, piss some people off about it, but I've seen healthy people 25 years my junior have muscle cramps and stuff so bad because they drink excess amount of water. Well, I need all this water. My body needs this water. And it's washing all of the stuff out of their muscles. Was thinking about Jack LaLanne of all people. Used to be on in the mornings on CBS when I was a kid, in black and white. The Jack LaLanne Show, and he'd be out there exercising and everything. But he lived into his 80s and was still strong as crap. So, but he went into that juicer thing, and I'm not against any of that. I think they're wasteful, but you know, so I'm a little more than a half a gallon a day. Yeah, I drink other things too. So, but yeah, and my own sheer will, Michelle, you're absolutely true. I learned about what sheer will is all about that trip, that those 3 days on the river. That was some interesting times. And the spirits and the creatures and the stuff, and them trying to drown me when I was in the bottom of my canoe and there was no water there. That was so freaky. Let me tell you, dudes and dudettes. I have issues with the canoe flat on the ground out there when I'm working on it. To just grab it with one hand and flip it up with nothing in it. I mean, it had me and the dog and equipment, and that something picked that canoe up and had me hanging over the side of the canoe with my head in the water. And that is difficult to do. I still don't know how that happened. But that was on that 3-day journey. Something tried to drown me. Like in shallow water, there was barely any water. But anyway, that was a weird trip. I'm naturally resist drinking water. Have to make myself. No one's doing it here. The water thing is great, but there are people. I just have to say it bluntly, who are overdoing it with the water for their own safety, for their own. Just be careful. And I can hear my friend Serge telling me now. Did they, he'd be sitting there with his glass of Jamaican rum with a cigar or a stogie, because we'd get together and smoke a cigar together and have a drink. He'd be sitting there going, now, why in the hell would these people want to be drinking distilled water all the time? Do they even know what the hell distilled water is? And he'd take a sip, and he'd go, these people are fucking crazy. I can't believe these people. If they really knew, and he'd take another swig, anyway. Purified water versus distilled water is different. You want minerals, you really do. And the water will still work. That's the whole point of this. You want to make sure that you don't take out, you want to make sure that the water doesn't take out any of the minerals that you have. So if you drink mineral water or just a clean water, that's been through whatever, not necessarily distilled, because that means there's nothing in it. So you want something with mineral type water in that, so that the water will still flush your system out, but will retain the minerals that the body needs. Okay. So you're better off flushing yourself with mineral water than you are with distilled water, because the distilled water then will take the minerals along with the bad stuff out of you. It will flush everything out. So that was my point that Serge was always saying, like 120 ounces of pure tap filtered water, Dale. Yep. It's not about how much water you drink. Just understand the basics about distilled water versus a mineral water or a purified water. Distilled water, there's nothing in it, and scientists use it in their experiments because there's nothing in it, and it will absorb anything. But if you drink mineral water, you still get the water, but it won't leach the minerals in your body out because there's minerals in the water, you see. So the water still works as water. It still works, okay? But you don't leach out all of the minerals. That's all, you know. Not, you know, and you can mineral water, drink two or three or four of them. I don't care. But to drink distilled water in the same way, oh, please don't, you know, because it will leach the minerals from you. So just understand that. And you can use distilled water if you need to. But, you know, I mean, I knew people who were drinking distilled water every single day. And even my friend Serge, when we were working at the theater, he'd go, you know, that stuff's going to kill you, don't you? And a friend of ours, and a beautiful young lady, let me tell you. Anyway, what gams. But anyway, she was like, no, this is distilled water. And he's like, you know, you should trust me. I'm the water dude, right? And she listened, but she never gave up the distilled water kick. One or two bottles every day, 16 to 20 ounces every day, distilled water. And she always had cramps in her legs and anyway. So, but enough about that. But it's not what your body will tell you what you need, but just understand the differences between the water is all I'm asking you to understand. I ain't trying to tell you to quit drinking water or whatever. Burley says, I've seen some really sucky looking health gurus. Yeah, I could sit here and talk about health gurus, but at my age, I'm not overweight. I don't have any, as far as I know, I don't have any malignant tumors anywhere. There may be something inside I don't know about, but, uh, you know, I'm as healthy as I can be. I feel at my age and having had all the accidents that I've had with my spine. And so, you know, I wished for a little more, but I'm very pleased with what I got. So, you know, if my lifestyle has put me in any kind of danger, I don't see it because going back to the plastics and stuff, I don't have any arthritis in my hands, and Max was backing me up on that. That's really cool. I missed 320, so I'm a little late. Here we go. David Cass, I go for a 6-pack every fortnight. I used to go through a half a bottle of spirits a day, and now, yeah, me too, guys. I used to, man, if there was a drop in something, it was gone, you know. And I've got a bottle of Jack Daniels that's been sitting up there for years. And one of these days, I'm going to crack the bottle, maybe with someone, and we're going to go salute and have a drink, you know. But nope. And alcohol has its purpose too. I'm going to take some of the mulberries, and me and the ladies were talking about it, and they were like, you know, some mulberry wine sounds really good. And I was like, you know, I think some of these mulberries, you know, I want to make a cobbler, but I think some of this is just going to have to go to wine. It's just going to have to. And even though I don't drink wine much, I need to make a batch of wine. I know how to do it, and it would be really interesting to see um, what um, um, what a mulberry wine would taste like. I don't think I've ever had it. So, and I've made some really good wine over the years. I'm bragging, but I used to give bottles away for Christmas, and people couldn't wait. I made pear wine, and you want to make a good red wine? Go down to the store and buy you up several cans of the canned plums, or go and get some dried prunes in the plastic containers. Okay, prunes, the plums for me, the whole plums in a can. I used them, and it made the bestest wine. It had the best color. OMG, you want some good wine that's easy to make? Oh my God! Like what kind of fruit? Go up 4 or 5, depending on how red you want it and how plummy you want it to look. And if you're going to use a 5-gallon bucket and method kind of thing, then 5 cans at least, maybe 6. I always go a little heavier because after I learned how those plums taste as a wine, I'm like, I'm going to add another can or two the next time I use plums. But anyway, I hope I got enough mulberries to make a batch of wine. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. And I wish I could share it with you, kind of thing. What I've been thinking and wanting to planning on over the years, and I just need to get there. I got all these things I'm cleaning up and doing and fixing and stuff, which needs to be done, but it holds me back from doing some of these other projects. But at the same time, I don't really have any room to do some of these projects. So I'm best cleaning up and doing what I'm doing. But to make some tinctures of things, the different plants and herbs and stuff, and mix it with my own wine, with the whatever alcohol content that I have with it. So you'd get a mulberry tincture, but it could have whatever plant in it to help with whatever ailment, So you take a little bit and, sort of like Granny on the Beverly Hillbillies. She always had a little tonic in the. But anyway, it's been good hanging out with y'all. I got lit on coffee and weed. That's what I'm doing right now. And I don't have any coffee at the moment, but I'd do one shot with you. Yep. Muscadine wine down here. Same here. Now I ate all the muscadines last year. But this year I'm going to plan on better. I got a couple of new vines that just produced at right here by the house, kind of thing. And I'm like, oh man, we're going to take care of these. But I've been opening up the trails on the hill and so forth with the weed eaters so I can I got a lot of muscadine vines, but at a lot of places I can't get to the vines. And so a couple of these that I know that produce, but they're hard to get to this summer, I'm going to make an effort to make sure that by fall, I'll be able to get to some of these muscadine vines and clean out underneath them, because some of them are a little high overhead, but you can stand underneath them and just pick the grapes if they make grapes. So, but anyway, so yeah, I'm already thinking about the muscadines. And now that I don't have a super duper amount of blueberries, but tomorrow I'm going to have to do some serious. I found a bunch of bushes as I have been cleaning up on the hill and making trails that are literally just full of blueberries, and they're all ready, like right now. So it'll be time to just put a plastic bag under them and drop these little puppies in there. I don't know if I would ever have enough blueberries to make any wine with it, but it sure is nice being able to go out, at least for the last 2 weeks. At least I've been going out and picking fresh blueberries every morning when I go for a walk. The mulberries are gone. The wind that came through the other day, the few that were left, the mulberries are finally gone. But it's been nice. And a lot of other people got mulberries too, and we shared in it, and it was joyous, and it was really great. So my next thought about the mulberry is, how do I propagate it and make another tree somewhere else so that I can have more than one of these mulberry trees, So I'll be working on that and cleaning up around all my blueberry bushes that I've got, and so I can access them. And while I'm doing that, there are blackberry patches that have bloomed and are now starting to put on blackberries. So as I'm working around the blueberry bushes, there are blackberry patches. So I'm also giving myself access, hopefully, if there are any blackberries this season. So, all of the local fruits I'm really pleased with. And, so my time here recently, no, I haven't worked on the house, but I sure am able to get around the property better. And I sure have scouted out, the local berries and so forth. And, I had to clean out underneath the mulberry tree to get to it. And, all these things needed to be done. But now that they're done, I can continue to keep them open and continue to access and So this is an ongoing thing. And by next year, man, I ought to have this, I ought to have this down pat. You know what I mean? Next blueberry season, man, I'll be ready. But it also is a beautiful walk through the bushes and the trees and stuff up there. And some of the pine trees, I look at my neighbors, and I know I've talked about this before and almost harped on it too much, but my neighbors' pine trees, a lot of them you can kind of sort of put your arms around, and in walking up on the hill with all these other bushes and shrubs in the way. A couple of them of these big pine trees are shielded by the blueberry bushes. So, and I looked at one today, and I looked up, and I was like, this sumbitch is huge. Now, it isn't any older than any of the other trees on my property, other than, a lot of them came up from seed from trees up by the road. So Mother Nature planted all the pine trees. Mother Nature planted everything up here on the hill. But this pine tree is huge. And I was like, my neighbor planted trees in a row the way forestry people do. They burn it every year. They mow it. They do all this stuff. And it, looks like somebody's yard. Pine trees. The trees on my place um, are 2 times bigger, and I didn't plant them, but they were all planted within a year or so of each other, within 2 or 3 years, easy. So at the end of 35 years, 2 or 3 years makes a difference. But I found these trees on my property up there on the hill. This pine tree is huge. I mean, I went to put my arms around it, and I was like, it's bigger than some of the other trees in my place, too. But I didn't plant them, you know. But I have nurtured the place. I have respected the place. But I had no idea how much bigger some of these trees are. And I mean, 50 feet away across the driveway and across the fence are these trees that were planted on purpose, at before or at the same time these trees came up on my place. And you can almost put your arms around almost all the trees in the neighbors. And on my place, you can't. So is it the distance? Is it the hill? I mean, it's in the same height of the hill. What's the difference? And I continue to say, I think it's because I have let the trees grow naturally on the hill, and that there is a symbiotic relationship in forestry and trees, that the trees like to be the shade for other trees. And the smaller trees talk to the big pine trees, and the pine trees get stronger, they're bigger, they're healthier. I mean, and the only difference between their trees and my trees is that there is an understory. There's stuff under it, and that's what the role of a pine tree is. And when people mow under them and burn under them all the time in this prescribed stuff, and yeah, it looks really great, but are the trees really honestly producing? Because it's all clean and everything, and it won't catch on fire. That's all true in forestry. I studied forestry, but the more that I see over these 40 years almost that I've been on this property, it went from a field of nothing to this forest of trees and bushes and shrubs and plants and eco life. And I look at my neighbor's property, and there's nothing but trees and some blotchy grass. Nothing lives there. There's nothing for anything to live there. The trees aren't as healthy. They're not as big. So I'm saying that there is a symbiotic relationship absolutely between things. And that when pine trees are doing their job to shelter young trees, they feel like they're doing what they're supposed to, and they grow bigger. They get their help. Now, there are trees in my place, don't get me wrong, that's got some rot and some spots and stuff. The big trees that are there that are really healthy, are really healthy, and they're a lot bigger. And so there is a dominance within the pine trees. But I'm still saying the size of the pine trees, whether they got some pine borer beetles or something in them, regardless of that, because they got them too over there, is the symbiosis of all the other plants around the pine trees. It just helps them grow better. They feel better. I'm just saying. So after 424 hours and minutes, it's 347. Delaney Pearls is the Jane Goodall of Ellie Mae Clampett. Yeah, I don't get on face much either. Guys, I've made some vinegar. It was meant to be blueberry. Now I have blueberry vinegar. There's nothing wrong with that, guys. You know, a good homemade vinegar is worth its weight, honestly. Like all my neighbors around me, they're out there watering the grass. I'm out there watering my vegetables. There you go. Manicured is truly something we have been taught instead of gardening and ecosystems. I believe you. Yeah, the manicured. Yes, yes. There are friends of mine within the theater. Bob and his wife. Oh my God, she was so crazy. I loved her. But in this really nice neighborhood in town in Thomasville, and both retired, both respected people within the community, and the neighbors hated them because they never mowed their yard. Everything was natural. They let their house, they planted things and trees and shrubs and plants and stuff around, but they never mowed the grass. They never took, and people were like, oh, but they just left it natural. And to me, I was like, well, that's different. And yeah, well, if something was to get out of hand, they would take care of it, but they just basically let nature be their yard. And their neighbors were all nice and, mowed it twice a week and all the thingies. And oh man, but yeah. Um, there are those of us, see, I can get away with it down here, but I feel very fortunate for my life this time through to be able to have watched a forest develop right before my eyes. Now, it's taken 35 plus years, and being in the back. And because of the terrain and the water, the forest in the back is different than up here on the hill. It's not the same thing. And further back in a different climate, there are more oak trees and not many pine trees. And it's a different climate. So across my property, there are 4 or 5 different zones, if you will, of ecosystem. Where it's too wet or not wet enough. It's up on a hill. It's around. And so. But anyway, to have been able to watch nature, and I guess the reason the spirits kept me here was that it's part of my journey to be able to see how it develops and to see the interconnect. Now, I always felt that I knew it, but I was kind of sort of for the forestry. But over the years, having seen some of my trees are much larger than my neighbors, I have to stop and wonder, like I just said, there is a symbiosis within the forest. And when they don't have it, the pine trees just don't seem like they're doing as good. Don't know. Hypothetical. They planted theirs. Here's mine. You put them, measure the diameter or the circumference, and then you tell me how many board feet, kind of thing. Anyway. So with my understanding of nature and allowing it to grow and to be what it has become, I see where there are many places up here on the hill that I have mismanaged because it's gotten too dense. Okay. And there are just too many trees. They're not all going to make it. They're all going to be spindly. It's going to overshadow other things. They just can't be there. So I have to be strong enough to be able to go through there and cut some of these smaller trees down because it is too dense. And so I need to go in there and manicure it in such a way I manicure it in means I'll cut a little here or cut a little there. I'm not going to clear cut, but it's not going to be a manicured lawn. No, but I'm going to go in and snip a little here and snip a little there and trim here, trim there, and open up the lower canopy a little bit better because there are so many blueberry bushes. And I've noticed that partial shade with them is okay, but full shade, not so much. Although I found one down the hill over here, I went in behind some bushes and uh, lifted up this limb, and this thing was covered with blueberries. And I was like, son of a gun, I wouldn't even have noticed had I not been prowling around and trying to get through some more areas. But it's very overshadowed with stuff, and I'm sure these blueberries could use a little bit more sun than what they're getting. So I'm going to have to go back in there and trim around there. So I have to manage the land at this point, especially now that I've seen all these natural resources that are already there. So, but do I want to clear cut anything or anything? No, but I do have to make sure that the lower canopy and so forth is managed properly now, because if I let it go any further, then I'm there. It's going to be worse next year for all these wonderful blueberry plants that are on my property. And, and the blackberry patches in between. And there's some other plants that are coming up too. So it's not just about the blueberries, but at this point, it kind of sort of is all about the blueberries. I had no idea, So yes, I really do want to be able to get to all these blueberry bushes. And maybe next year I can make some blueberry wine. I'll be able to collect enough. But if I can treat them with any kind of, fertilizer or whatever, I need to be able to get around them. If it looks like it's going to be drought, I can be able to go up to certain ones that I'm marking right now that their berries are sweeter than others. So I'll make sure that those get taken care of. And can I take those with the bigger, sweeter berries and, get cuttings or whatever and and make more blueberry bushes and transplant those, or you know what I mean? So I had never, not really intended on becoming a blueberry farmer, but I've already got so much here that why not take care of it? I'm surprised and pleased and all that. And it was right under my nose, covered up with some other bushes, but it was right under my nose. So, I have something to look forward to for next year. And like, I'm pleased as punch. I got me a blueberry farm, and it hasn't cost me anything but some work. You probably have a mycelium network underneath the ground that roots for trees to connect. Absolutely, Gaza. I'm Ladies Court says I'm stuck in manicured, but the back next to the trees is free. Yep. Yeah, and I still haven't figured out how I got the sassafras trees on my property, because they're a strictly root kind of thing. I still have not figured that one out. And every time I go up the driveway, I say thank you to the creator for planting that tree, those two trees, because I have no idea how the sassafras got there. Berries, bushes, all these other things, I get it. Blueberry bushes were kind of sort of here. There's wild blueberry bushes all around this area, especially on my place. And in cleaning around, there'll be this really old, obviously old blueberry bush. It's got, they're the limbs are hanging down and they're touching the ground, and there's some spikes shooting up. They need trimmed. But then right next to it is this little bush that's only like this tall, but it's obviously an offshoot from this one, whether it was from seed or from the roots or whatever. And there's a little one coming up next to it. So for every one of these big ones, there's at least one or two of the smaller ones coming up somewhere nearby. So in my number of 50, um, I know that I've counted 25 really good bushes. I mean, really good I say profitable in, I was getting handfuls in just a minute or two of blueberries. Um, and where other bushes don't have but two or three berries on them. So that's what I mean by profitable. I don't know if there'd ever be enough for me to sell. That is not my issue. My thing is that it's so nice to be able to walk my property and have fresh blueberries for breakfast. It's just like, I know it's only going to be for a couple of, right now we're coming on a month that I've been picking blueberries. And it looks like I got, depending on the plants and where they're at, I got another week or so of some blueberries. But to really be planned for next year and maybe fertilize or water whatever I need to do to help what's there and encourage the younger ones so that maybe they'll actually produce next year so that I could really have for me a bumper crop, to where I don't mean to be rude about this, not necessarily the hell with everybody else, but let's make sure Dave's got stuff to keep him healthy. And the antioxidants and stuff and blueberries and all that. And plus, there are other blueberry farms around here. But for my own sake, and if somebody were to come by, go pick some. It's not like I'm not willing to share, but I don't, I wouldn't be able to sell it, and that's not my purpose. But I would, absolutely share. You're gonna have to come pick them, but here, come with me. I'll go with you. But the pure joy of having something that I know hasn't been sprayed with anything, I know where those berries have been, I know, and to be able to eat them as fresh and clean as they are is just like yum yum. There's just nothing in the world. So, but anyway, and that is worth it to me. Um, and the fact that I now have a purpose, a little more than normal, in that I've got a bunch of blueberry bushes and things that, well, can actually net me healthy food. And all I got to do is help maintain it. Now, that's not a bad deal. And since I'm not doing anything else, that sounds like a worthy project. You know what I mean? So between now and then and next year and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, where before I wasn't paying attention to it, it was not on my radar at all. I did not plan on having a blueberry farm, but I have one. Mother Nature provided it for me, so here I am. Having not planned on it. They love grow around mulch. Yeah, that's one of the interesting things. Up on the hill is hard ass red Georgia clay. I mean, it is like cement. And these things are up there just flourishing. Now, there are a lot of pine needles around a lot of them. And there is, over the last 30 years, is a sort of a topsoil in places. But these things are rooted in hard ass red Georgia clay. I'm talking, you need a pickaxe. You don't dig it, you chop it up. You bore it, you drill it. There's a place up there which is interesting. Years ago, I wanted to, in the sort of up the hill a ways, and it was back when you could literally buy dynamite at the local hardware store, and it was fun. So I got one of the locals and a couple sticks of dynamite and went up on the hill, and I dug a hole and I put a pipe down and I dropped the dynamite in it, and it went kaboom. And I was trying to bust open some land because what I wanted to build was a was a oh God, I can still remember that some pitch went straight up and cracked the earth. But anyway, it left a dent in the earth, you know, a little depression. It didn't. I wanted to build a root cellar up on the hill, far enough up on the hill that it wouldn't flood. Right. Anyway, so but where it left up there all these years was this depression in the hill. And so one of the best blueberry bushes on the hill up there is in this little depression. And I was like, now, ooh, I don't know what's different. There's one over there and one over there, but the ones in this little depression right here, there ain't no other difference. And it's been 30 years ago since I used the dynamite. But those berries are bigger. I mean, noticeably bigger and plumpier kind of thing. And looks like the same kind of bush. They're not the same kind of blueberry as the one in another location, but they're obviously bigger, better for something. So whatever's in that one spot, that blueberry bush is like, I want more of them. I really want more of those. Uh, but anyway, talking about fruit and vegetables but all right, folks. Thank you all for hanging out with me. It is 4:02 in the morning. I know another 16 minutes, 18 minutes, and it'll be 4:20. I know. But there are folks recently, we've been talking about stuff, and I said, it seems to me what a lot of people are going back to are the old seeds, the old tomato seeds, the old ryegrass, they're just going back to the basics. Hey, Mary Wins, how are you? Cosmic hugs all around. And so that, like I was saying earlier, whether you eat beef or not, people, depending on where you are and where you're buying your meat from, local hog farms always treat their hogs with dignity and respect and all that good thing, because they want a good product to go to market. And you can get local, hams, chops, whatever. Uh, they even have goat now in places and lamb in our local stores, which for this little store in South Georgia is nice, right? Um, but the idea that, if you shop around and just pay attention to what's going on, well, it isn't about the meat. It's not all meat. Well, all meat's bad, and they're talking about what they're going to get rid of the thing about meat. Are you serious? You At my age, you're going to take away my steaks? I don't think so. I will buy it. There will be farmers that will be cutting up cows and selling it out of the backs of their trucks. There'd be an underground black market beef industry, let me tell you. And that's one of the dumbest things I ever heard in my freaking life. Oh, cow farts. Oh, please. Let's deal with our own human waste on this planet before we start picking on the animals, for God's sakes. I'm just saying. We are some of the nastiest, smelliest people. Go to a sewage treatment plant like I have, and you say the animals are bad? Well, all of that, all of human waste is being vented to the atmosphere, and they want to pick on animals. It's so freaking stupid and moronic. And oh, let me pick a few other nice curse words out of the air. But they want to do something different than put a cap on all of the municipal wastewater treatment plants that are venting cosmic odors to the atmosphere all the time. Oh, let's pick on the cows. Let's pick on the. Oh, stop it. That's so moronic. But anyway, but the cows around here are treated with kindness. There's a farmer just up the road has got cows. I used to know people who raise cows, and not too far from here. They had a farm and rented some property, and they had their cows in with somebody else and shared. But all those farmers, everyone that I've known or talked to, and the little plantations and places around here, they don't want GMO stuff on their property. They want the old, tried and true ryegrass, which makes this. They want this kind of stuff because it's worked in the climate. And here's the thing. An old farmer told me a long time ago, he said, if you ever get a plant, like a squash plant or something, and it lasts longer than any other plant, or like I had a collard green plant that's 2 years old and it should be dead. It lasted all through the summer and through the winter, and there was some of it out there in the spring, but it didn't make any seeds. He goes, if you have a plant that will acclimate itself, then take the seeds or cuttings from that plant, because that's the one you want. And in my lifetime and things here, it's absolutely true. So if you have one plant, and it could be a squash or something, cut the seeds open and dry them out and plant them. See what happens. And or let one of your lettuce plants go to seed. Let one of everything go to seed. Pick it, do whatever, but then let something go to seed. And if anything makes it and makes seeds, the chances are that that those you can have your own plants for next year. And a lot of the things that have been here that have reseeded, I mean, I even had some potatoes. I went out and was digging in a row to plant some potatoes, and I found potatoes in the ground from the year before. And I was like, wow, they wintered. Wasn't many of them, weren't very big, but that wasn't the point. There was taters in the ground in the row from the year before. So for me, the more that I have watched nature and have tried to not bend nature to my will, but let nature kind of, when it sort of gets out of hand, you go, yeah, not quite, you know. You just like, like there's some trees out here that I have to cut down. And there's some trees around the mulberry bush, oak trees, I'm going to have to cut down. But as I went out there and looking around, I'm picking mulberries and everything, right? I look at the trees and I go, man, I need to cut them right now. And I went, no, wait, pay attention. There's oak trees right next to pear trees, right next to another oak tree, next to another pear tree. They're too close. They can't live. Something's got to go. I want the pear trees. However, the oak tree is about this big around at the base. Now, if I let it grow until at least the midsummer or later, which is just a couple more months, if I cut it then, by September, October, when it starts to get cold, I will have firewood, oak firewood, really close to the house, simply by pruning these trees that have gotten too big. So they have to come down. And I can bitch and complain, but now I'm going to have some oak firewood that's nearby. As much as I hate it, but they're not going to make it. They cannot live and produce the way they are. So, but I'm going to let the oak trees grow a little longer, but they're going to be firewood this season. And that will, I might have to cut them sooner so that the pear trees will do better. You know what I mean? So, but my point about all these oak trees, yeah, but they're potential firewood for this coming season. And I don't have to go looking for it. I don't have to go down in the woods. It's easy to, wow. So, that's a blessing right there. So I'm looking at some of the oak trees that are growing around, which there's way too many oak trees. Okay. So I'm looking at some of them now well, they're getting too big. They can't all grow. I understand this, but if I let them, a couple of these grow just for another year, then the following year, I will have to cut that tree down. It's not really in the way right now, but one more year of growth will get me firewood. And in another year or so, it'll start to be in the way, because then it'll be overshadowing. And, so I'm looking at the woods totally different. And I'm not trying to cut all the oak trees down, but there are some places like near the power line and other places. And I have other fruit trees like the pear trees And I've got an abundance of pear trees, and a couple of them are going to have to get cut down because they're too close together. So what do I want? Well, the oak trees are okay, but I got a lot of oak trees. I don't have a lot of pear trees. So I'm going to have to prune. So as much as that I would like to let everything continue to grow, the last 40 years have taught me that ain't going to work. You know, I'm going to have to go in there and help out. There are places where I've got so many new, I bet you I've got 100 new um, pine trees that are this tall in various places around, at least 100. In one spot, there's probably 20. And they're going to have to get cut down because they're not all going to make it, and they're in the wrong spot. There are places where I need to, that need to be open and not have pine trees coming up. So, but the thing is that I can pick and choose and go, you know, I can leave a couple, but you know, if there's 20 of them, there's 20 can't grow in this spot, you know. And they'll weed themselves out and all this other kind of stuff. But at the moment, 20 of them can't grow though. So it'd be easier for me to cut them down now and just allow a couple of them to get bigger and control those rather than worry about the 20. Because when you get 20 of them up that's taller, I'm getting older. It's harder to cut them. There's strength. So just get rid of them now. So from my wisdom and experience of living here, I don't want to control the property. I don't, but there are some things that for the health of the land, it's better for me to mow this and keep that. And, you know, there's too many trees in it. Pick the one that is going to net something. If the oak tree could make acorns, but a pear tree probably would make pears. So if I'm going to have blueberries and mulberries in the spring, then as the pear trees develop, flower, and bloom, then I'll have pears the end of summer and into fall. So I've got a an orchard that's coming up from the many pear trees that have come up. So, but which is going to net me? So I have to say, I'm sorry, but the oak trees are going to be firewood, and I'm going to, you know, pray on the pear trees that they will produce some fruit, you know, because I made some really bomb ass pear wine. Oh, let me tell you, send me $5 and I'd send you a bottle. You know, just don't tell anybody where you got it from. You know, the $5 would be for shipping, but you know, I used to give my pear wine away. It was so good. And my brother, who was overseas, he was like, they make a pear wine in the Mediterranean. And so I made this batch of pear wine, and he goes, David, he goes, you know, he traveled with the Navy and was in the Mediterranean for quite a few years. That was his, you know, where he was stationed. And he goes, you know, I've had some really good pear wine and all, you know, over in France and over there. And he goes, but your pear wine beats them all. And he goes, and you made it in the damn shed. You know, he goes, I can't believe it. I'm like, you know, but yeah, maybe it was tender loving care, and I, you know, that I only use sugar and yeast. I don't use any other kind of, and water, you know, 3 ingredients: sugar, water, and yeast, and the fruit, you know. So, but the pear wine I made was from pears off of the tree in the backyard, which is the parent tree for many of these pear trees that are growing on my property now in different places. So I want to make sure that I, you know, if I'm going to end up with you know, a bunch of trees, an orchard of pear trees is like, now I got pears that'll come up in the fall. So I've got berries, blackberries are going to be coming in. So now I've got all these natural things that have survived all these years. They're already weathered in to my place. This is not like I'm buying something to bring it in, you know. And then I've got all the muscadine vines and all those. So I've got natural things that are already growing here, which was sort of my basic plan when I got here 40 years ago. And now here I am, that's kind of sort of coming to fruition a lot better than I expected. I'm happy. So, but anywhere that you are, so you say, well, this can't happen, or I can't do this. If I wished it years ago, I know that I didn't burn the hill and do certain things because I knew there were blueberry bushes up there. How they got there, still don't know, but so I encouraged them to grow, but I had no idea that they would do what they've done. So there are people who go, well, why don't you sell the pine trees on your place? Why? It would kill all the blueberry bushes. And everybody seems to be really happy right now. Why would I take out the pine trees just because, well, you can sell the pine trees for money? I'd rather the pine trees stay and me have continued good luck with blueberries. You know what I mean? Anyway. So, but Mother Earth has given me a lot of things that I didn't even know I needed. And Michelle, this is for you. I hung out just for another few more minutes. Maybe you might not be able to share a bowl with me, but uh, happy Mother's Day, Mary Wins, if I didn't say, and Jules, Julianne, all y'all ladies, Michelle again. Um, but it seems like for me, for my life's journey, and I was talking with a friend of mine that came by, and he was like, you may have, you know, my house isn't finished and water creeps in the place and the well is hand dug and it's really rough around the edges, but I am as healthy as I am. I'm still here, and me and Doug are doing just fine. You know what I mean? So does it fit anybody else's, oh, my house, I wouldn't have done that. Well, okay. So, but at the same time, I've lived here under these conditions and doing okay, you know? Well, you should have got sick, and oh, the mold, and oh, the this, and what about the dust, and oh, the spiders, and oh, you're sick all the time, and I'm not, I'm just saying. And it doesn't mean that I want to live in filth. That's not what I mean. But there are some neat freaks out there who would not step foot in my house. Have an in-law that has never been in my house, nor will she, nor allow my grandson to come. But anyway, I've always liked camping, and to a lot of people, they say, your house is too much like camping. And I go, yeah, I would agree with you on that. It's sort of like I'm camping every day. I mean, I got a stove, I got a refrigerator, I got lights, I got this and that, and I'm comfortable. I can turn on a fan. I got windows that work and slide up and down, so it's not like everything is bad. But, could some things be improved a little bit? Yes. One more minute. I'm hanging out just for you guys, and it to be 5 hours just for another long-term one. Jeff Allen, how you doing? I've had several mothers over the years, as far as mother figures, not actual mothers, because having been adopted to a mother who didn't really want me, honestly, she was doing it as a favor. And my real mother, who couldn't speak to me because of the vows that they all made back in the day, which to me I just find is silly and stupid. But anyway, that's the way it was. So mother, you know, was my aunt. So to Dolores, my mother aunt, or my aunt mother. Yeah, Mary, 5 hours. Yeah, I started out on blah blah blah, and here I am 5 hours later, still yakking. Make sure your refrigerator corals are clean, especially if you have furry pets. Yep, that's a good one, Jeff. Absolutely. And actually, I need to do that. I need to do some things like that. But some things just when I got my head clocked, 6 or 7 years ago, whatever it was, I lost a lot of like, just things that I would not have tolerated now. I mean, that I have tolerated, I would not have tolerated them then. And so something's happened. But what I'm getting back is that I'm like, I used to not tolerate that, whatever it is, and I shouldn't tolerate it now. You know better than that. And it's just little things. But it's somehow when I got my brain clobbered, I just like, well, so there's certain things that used to be like, um, I don't know, when you're around the sink and you're washing up or whatever, you take whatever it is and you wipe around the edges, right? Just that's what you do, right? And that I had stopped doing that or something. I mean, certain things that were just like you just automatically did. And but if you didn't do them all the time, or things got sort of out of hand. And so I was like, well, wait a minute. So there are a lot of things that I've noticed that I would not have tolerated 6 years ago, you know. And but now I'm realizing, why have I tolerated this? I don't know. Let's not worry about it. But I'm back to the point where I'm not going to tolerate it. Okay. I'm back to 6 years ago going, I would not have allowed this. For myself, I wouldn't have allowed this pile to get here. I would not have allowed this. And somehow it's happened. But now I'm to the point where before I was standing in the yard, like I was saying earlier, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just standing out here. Where all this junk come from? But forget all that. To recover though from my brain injury stuffs is a constant thing. So, but I can tell that I'm making progress in that. I'm still interested, and now I'm like, yep, and that needs to go. And yeah, I wouldn't have tolerated that. So let's take care of it. Okay. There's not any like, oh, I can't believe I went through that stage. I can't believe I let it get this bad and all that. No, I can't go there. So all my new philosophy is just do better, just be better tomorrow. That's all. So for everything that I find that I throw away, be it big or small, is one thing I've done better than yesterday. I went out in the shed and some of the things that have been there literally for 30 years that I still haven't used, time to go, right? And so I go out and I pick something and go, there you go. There's that one thing. And so some, not so much anymore, but back in the day, there was something every day, kind of sort of spiritually, emotionally, whatever, that I would try to throw something, an old memory or an emotion or something, throw one away a day or a couple of, 2 or 3 a week, depending on how much baggage you got to get rid of. Back then, I had a lot of baggage, so it was easy to throw, one, bad thought away every day. Well, blah, 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 blah. No, toss it. So that eventually, as you always hear me talking about pulling that sack of cotton down the next row, you empty that sack at the end of the row. And so we only need to carry so much, with us. And when we understand it, and I'm still learning, what baggage to carry or not, but I can tell you right now, I'm carrying a whole lot less baggage than I was, you know, even 2 years ago or five, 10 years ago. Oh my God, there's no comparison. So, but I am a shaman in training, like every one of you. And my dear friends, thank you so much. Elderberry, it's been 5 hours. You know, it, I'm the marathon man. No, actually, what it is, it's very simple. I always wanted to do a late night talk show on radio. I always dreamed that I was going to be some guy on a radio station somewhere, and I'd be playing a little music. We'd have had some commercials, and people could call in. But I would do an overnight, late night talk show. That was what I dreamed of being. I guess at this stage of my life, I'd be an old guy sitting in a chair somewhere in a studio, and it'd be late night with on W. WWPB in South Georgia. A little bit of blues, a little bit of music, a little bit of classical, and, just that run of the mill 420 good humor all the way around. Keep it clean. Ooga, ooga, wean everybody. So in having messages and having conversations and being spiritual. So, I hadn't thought that that's what I'd be doing. Uh, but as far as being a late night talk show host or something, it's always been in me to do that. And I worked radio. I used to work 12-hour shifts on the weekends when nobody else would work. So, but anyway, um, but here I am on YouTube and on the internet, and in a way, it's very similar. So, you're like listeners in the void out there in radio land, and it's always a pleasure to hang out with everybody. So, but after 5 hours and 5 minutes and 16 seconds, continued happy Mother's Day. And anybody that you come in contact with today, wish them a happy Mother's Day as well. And grandmothers, mothers, grandmothers, and be safe. Thank you, Mary Wins. Blessings to everyone out there. And after this 5-hour late night show, hanging out with Hawkeye Two Feathers, also known as David Null. I don't know which one's which. No, I'm Hawkeye most of the time anymore. But a lot of the stories are from David Null, so that's a interesting. One is the other that is one. So think about that one for a second. But I continue to pray that each and every day. Thank you, Bob. That each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Because there's just all kind of stuff out there, especially when we tune into the right stuff. And it'll surprise us every day if we allow it to. So in each and every day, every time I put my feet on the floor, I swear to you, I do this. I send prayers out to you that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, the blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which of course never confuses me, is that I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive and continue to learn to share the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings uh, from the universe. Because I look out there and what I saw 2 or 3 years ago, I was like, we're never going to make it. We're just never going to make it. So many people are distraught and off on corners. I mean, humanity's just not going to make it. And so if ET comes, we're going to war. They're going to say, screw it all, just blow up and that's that. And I look at the world now and I take a look around us and I say, I'm so proud that each and every one of you have learned what you've learned. And I know we've all got stuff to go, but it ain't going to be a fun trip to go along. And being aware of these things, we can kind of keep an eye out, not only for ourselves, but for other folks too, and go, hey, I noticed that thing over there. Did you? And so we're helping each other out. And, we continue to send the love. We should remember to consent in that prayer. We should continue to send peace with that love, because that's sort of a Jesus thing. Peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. And that means love. And I'm not saying that we're wrong if we don't add it in there. But there's something about saying peace be upon you, whoever that entity may be. It keeps the peace closer to the surface. When we say, "Well, I love you," that's great. But peace be upon you with that love, sent with love. Ah, now that tends to be a slightly, possibly a little slightly more better, just slightly. Peace be upon you. Well, I love you, yeah, but I don't give a shit if you're feeling good or not. No, but let me send peace be upon you, and it's sent with love. I'm picking, okay, but at the same time, isn't that really kind of sort of true though? If we just extend a slightly, peace be upon you, you know. Oh, but that's what Christ said. Yeah, not such a bad phrase, is it? Peace be upon you and all of your kin and all of your relations. Peace be upon you. Because if I wish peace upon you, then there's got to be love attached to it. And I'm not saying quit saying I love you. Don't get me wrong. But let's throw that in our slogans of things: peace and love. You know, the old hippie days, I guess. Favor and peace be upon you. Yeah. I'm so proud of this too. One way or the other, and let me kind of, I don't want to close on a sour note, but in having a sort of little chat with Max tonight, and I haven't gone to his channel as much as I feel like I would like to, and that's my fault. But I'm doing stuff and I'm trying to not to spend too much time on the internet, and I'm trying to do these other things and get up and be busy, and and I can't do it if I'm on the internet all the time. So that's my personal thing. And here I am, 5 hours later. But as far as looking into the future of things, there's going to be some really strange things coming our way, and the sooner we accept that there's going to be some really strange things on the way, not necessarily everything bad, but really flipping weird, and we're just going to go what, so that the preparation starts now, because regardless of what it is, we're just gonna say to each other, things are getting weird, and it may get weirder, and it probably is. Just look around, you know it's going to get more weird. How so is not to be worried, because we got each other. I've got you, babe. You say them. I'm trying to think of the words. For all the things we've got, babe. I got you, babe. I got flowers in the spring. I've got you to wear my ring. And when I get sad, you're my clown. Anyway, they say our love won't pay the rent, but at least I'm sure of all the things we've spent. Anyway, Simon and Garfunkel. No. Oh, I'm just stoned right now here. You're Simon. Then I must be Garfunkel. No, but it was Sonny and Cher. I mean, for us of us who were old, we remember the Sonny and Cher show. And some of the stuff was really, synchronous, going everywhere. It's off the charts. Yeah, my maiden name. What, Simon? I think I'm too stoned and it's early in the morning. I missed something. Which would be really easy for me to do right now, you know. But keep me hanging on. I was thinking about, you know, I should have shut up 20 minutes ago, and here I am still sitting here looking and watching, and you know, it's not like I got something else better to do except like go to bed and get some Z's or go outside and look at the stars. Um, it has been a little difficult for me to do any kind of celestial where are things, but just in discussions passing, it seemed like the other 2 nights ago or so that Scorpio was laying a little bit much like this because there's a an orange star that's down here, and then there's this, you know, that goes up like this. It's easy to spot in the southern sky, and it was laying over a lot, and I was like, it was sideways where it's supposed to be more pointing up. So I was like, that's just weird, which means the Earth is rolling around. But with all the big solar events that we've been having, and the last 2 days, we've had a couple of really big Schumann events too. And there were a couple of people talking about it being off the charts. This time they're right. There was a really big event these last 2 days, you know, and it's good possibility because of all this other solar stuff. There's been some really big things going on with our sun recently. It's going to affect us. So we just need to be armed with the information that we got some rock and rolling going on. And some of this stuff may make us feel sad at times. Some of these wavelengths are going to hit us in such a way to where the way I understood it was like it might actually make you want to puke. You know, you'll just feel sick to your stomach, and it might not last very long, but you'll just be like, oh my God, and you'll go, no, what the hell was that? So, because different radio waves, frequencies, and stuff affect us all. And so, if you were, you know, felt like a wave came through you that made you feel seasick. But anyway, so the idea, though, of these things that I mention these things only in that these are sort of my prophecies, what I kind of see kind of heading at us a little bit without being specific about anything. But one of the things that a lot of people are agreeing on is something's coming sooner than later. And not necessarily bad, but it's coming sooner than later. And it's like, okay, there's, you know, been a little bit more that ET really wants to come out of the clouds and be in full light. And, you know, there's still a war going on up there. So, how people are going to feel about that? It'd be one thing to see ET come in, but then another to see that there are 4 different factions, 2 of them meaner than snakes. You'd rather deal with a rattlesnake. And that, you know, so who's the good guy? Well, not the rattlesnakes. We'll just look at it like that. But from a people who don't understand, they're going to go, wait a minute. You mean there's a war going? Yeah, it's been going on for a while. You mean what? You mean there's all this is going on? Yeah, it's up there in space. You mean this is going to drive some people crazy. And but the thing is that it's a fact. And some people are going, yeah, you know, they'll listen to me and they go, yeah, Dave. Hey, Esty, how you doing? There are some people who are going to go, yeah, Dave, we hear you. Yeah, we hear you. And some people in the back of their minds are like, yeah, I hear you, but I don't really, you know, I don't know if I really want to. All you got to do is look at the LASCO. All you got to do is look at them satellites that look at the sun. There's so much stuff going on. If you watch one of them videos for a minute and a half, you can count 100 or 1,000 different things going by and buzzing by around the sun and in our solar system. There is so much going on. And not everybody's a good guy, not everybody's a bad guy, but it is going on and it's obvious. We don't have to go to huge places and all. It's right dead gum in front of us, so but there are many of us that have taken pictures. I was outside earlier, and in that section south of me, where there's all, on a good clear night, not always, but if they're going to be there, you can see these entities down there. Best I know, they're over the ocean in the panhandle, from my position and their trajectory and all that kind of stuff. But um, I could see something often near the coast again from here, earlier tonight. But so there's stuff going on. There are clouds that look like spaceships. Everybody's seeing. So all they want to be able to do is come out of the clouds and go, okay, we've been showing ourselves to you a little bit at the time. There are those folks who are swearing to God that this summer there's going to be. Now get this. Could you understand if the reason for the fences around the White House, now get this, is so that when ET lands, people won't try to flock the grounds to meet him? Think about that. If ET landed on the White House lawn, wouldn't you want to have fences up so people wouldn't rush the stage, as it were? What? Think of all the things that aren't going on at the White House and and so forth, because things are really creepy. But what if the fences that are staying up and are being rerouted in certain places and stuff, and there is some like really serious talk in that there's going to make a presence, and they would do it on the White House lawn? Well, that would make more sense for the National Guard to be there. And it would make more sense that the fence is there because you're going to have ETs come out, present themselves, and they want to do it in such a way that it's like, nobody wants to freak out and they want to be protected, but they gotta. And does that makes more sense to me than any of this going to keep rioters out, or that there's going to be something. Well, what if that something is because of all of all of this, UFO true story? Everything's going to be brought out in the open. The whole, it's supposed to happen in June. And supposedly by July or August, they're supposed to be like July the 4th. The good guys are supposed to land on the White House lawn. Well, if the White House lawn is protected by, National Guard and fences and things, that makes more sense to me. Now, is that actually going to happen? But if I look at the overall scenario of stuff, a fence around the White House and stuff don't make no sense to me. But if there were going to be visitors coming and they had kind of warned everybody and they were like, yeah, we're going to be here in the summer now, just telling you guys. And, so they've kept the fences up and they've done these other things because there's something else, honest to God, in the works. Now, what if that happens? Oh, holy shit. Is that not going to be a holy shit moment? Now I'm saying this to y'all who there are 10 folks that says that are here. So y'all that are here, you know, this is my kind of sort of prophecy that what if. So if this comes about anytime in the near future, I can say, see, I told you. I just want y'all to know. I kind of put this out there, And if somebody says, well, I knew about this when I talked to y'all today, it's Mother's Day. 2021. And if any, I'm just saying, I haven't heard anybody else talk about it. But in my future, what's going to happen, and for me to like look at what's going on, like the fences and things and the movement and this and that, and just stuff, and you go, something ain't right. Why ain't it right? Well, if this other information is anywhere near correct, if it's anywhere near, and somebody says that they're, they're thinking about back in the day of when Eisenhower supposedly met with ET and some of these other things, and certain people's birthdays or July the 4th or something like that, Independence Day, and that it not be like the movie, it be real. And so but if they really landed on the White House lawn, I think they would want to fence up. Just saying, you know. Hey, put up, we don't want a wall, but we'd like to have it. We'd like to land and it be safe and not have a bunch of rednecks throw rocks at us and shit. So, which could be possible. But anyway, so um, there's, in my humble opinion, also in that if ET landed on the lawn, there'd be some people that come out and go, ET, go home. And here's the thing, we do not want ET to go home. Because if ET, the good ET that lands on the White House lawn, if they go home, we might as well just, bend over and reach between our legs and kiss our ass goodbye. Because that's it, you know. Now, here's one of the things, now that I'm sort of on a roll and still going a minute, and there's been some talk about, so we're living by these rules that America, and we're living by a fake constitution, and we want to go back to the original, which there's a lot of evidence that we are still headed in that direction. I hope that's true. Which would also include kind of sort of, we're no longer the corporate America. We are going back to being a republic, okay, which is, you know, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all kind of deal, not the corporate. So if these things do come true, and it's sort of a presentation, like, I think one of the things that ET would want, if they're, all this galactic council and everything is true, then they would want to see the true governments in control, not corporations, you know. And so, the state of Georgia would quit being a corporation. It would go back to being, not a corporation. But anyway, and most other states. And it's like, since the Constitution of 1871, any state that was admitted into the United States after 1871 would have to resubmit to the Congress to be admitted or readmitted into the Republic. Because Hawaii and Alaska, those two right off the bat. I don't know if there's any other ones from 1871, but I'm sure there's a couple that weren't states until, around 1870, the Old West, right? So whatever those states that weren't states would have to reapply to the Congress of the Republic of the states that were states under the original Constitution. So if I was to say I'm just throwing a number, say there was 35 states out there that existed, and there could be more, I'm just a number, but 35 states that were not 50 before 1871. So anyway, it could be 45, but to my point is that whatever the number is, only those states could vote for the other states to be admitted. So if somebody wanted to be a real pisser, like, I don't know what state would be the last ones in, but if they didn't want Hawaii, and Hawaii could say, hey, I don't want to be a state anymore. We want to be an independent nation. They may want to say, screw you. We don't want to resubmit our statehood. What about that? What about Alaska going, no, I think we're big enough. We could be our own damn country. Well, okay. I don't know if that would actually happen, but to my point, though, it would open up things that would have to scratch our head and go, now ain't that interesting? So talking about things that would be strange or weird or stuff coming up. So I don't know what state after 1851, but to the idea, though, that guess what? Um, you're not a state anymore. You're not part of the republic. What? I'm going to throw this out there. Kansas or, Nebraska. I don't know. I'm just saying, if they weren't a state, Kansas and Nebraska be looking at each other going, you mean we're not a state anymore? No, because you came later on. I don't know which ones, but anyway. But anyway, so these things that are coming up, if these certain things that's, like I said, seem like they're moving in a particular way, a lot of good evidence that what would be the end result of this? The United States goes back to being a republic. Then states have to reassert their statehood. So, what does this mean for us? And then a UFO lands on the White House lawn behind the fences with the National Guard already kind of practicing there, right? Because some redneck might not agree with ET coming here and why. But the bad ETs have been here for a long time, and they have never showed themselves on purpose. So my thing to those folks who go, are they the good guys or the bad guys? The bad guys would still not show their hand, okay? They would still want to be in the darkness. They still would not show themselves. The good guys are going to take a huge risk and going, here we are, so that, the bad guys are going to like, them sons of bitches actually did it. They actually showed them who they really are. How about that? So in a lot of different things, there's going to be a lot of changes and points of views. So I got to say for everybody is keep it between the ditches. For Bob, we thank you for your participation. For all y'all else out there, I went another 30 minutes and without even holding my breath, but that's some good information that I just passed on to you. And it's something we should be aware of. We'll see if it actually happens. We've been fooled before, but there's some things like for me to say that this might actually like really come to pass. There's some strange goings on it. And I'm not to say Max is with me on this part, but he's with me on there's some strange things coming. So anyway, we'll see. Stay in love. Have happy Mother's Day, all. I gotta go, and I will talk to you soon. And I will plan a card night soon. I promise. Okay. So, wean to everybody. Thank you, Bob, and everybody. Until next time. Cheers.